Good evening, everyone. We hope that you had a beautiful day and that all is well with you. Let me make sure that we don't have any problems. Okay. Um, I thought about doing this a little bit later so that everybody had advance notice as to when we will be here, but nonetheless, we're going to go ahead and push forward. Um, Tonight, uh, is going to be one of those nights. This is a video, well, quite a few of them, but this is definitely one of those videos where everybody literally needs to see this. Um, anyway, let's jump right on in and get started. So that everybody would understand the importance of what it is that we're doing, I'm going to talk about something tonight. I think I labeled this particular video uh, the harm in trusting trustees. The harm in trusting trustees. A trustee is someone that has been entrusted with doing certain things for certain people or certain groups of people. Uh, we are dealing with a sole trustee. And many of our members do not understand, quite frankly, what a sole trustee is. A sole trustee is an individual that is starting a business, a company, a corporation, um, whereas they set it up so that most of the decision making, if not all, legally can be expected to be made by them. And the reason why it's legitimate is because it's for a startup company. And it's common knowledge that many startup companies don't have the funding, they don't have the money, they don't have the profit that's being made as of yet in order for the owner slash operator slash manager um, to hire people to do those things on their behalf, right? So a sole trustee, once again, is an individual that legally, paperwork is set up so that the expectation is coming from that one person who's starting the company to make all of the important decisions regarding the growth, regarding spending, regarding budgeting. They're legally bound to make those decisions. And that's normally done, once again, in the event that they don't have the finances or the funds or the business coming in to give them profit enough to pay to hire other people to do those things that they might need when it comes to decision making. Normally, excuse me, when companies get to a point where they can either have a meeting to appoint people to a board or where they can bring other individuals on so that they can handle that role or they can take those responsibilities. Normally, they do that at that time, but it's a little bit later after the company has had a chance to grow. The problem with a sole trustee type leadership is when the company grows, as that foundation grows, as the organization grows, sometimes that individual who is the sole trustee, sometimes they get emotionally attached to that company or that business. So I showed a clip, and I'm going to show another clip, but I'm going to go back to that first clip that I showed before. One second. Okay. I showed this before. I'm going to show it again tonight. I'm going to touch on it a little bit, and then I'm going to show another clip, and then we're going to go in. Okay. So you all need to understand this. Here. One second. Let me get past the portion here. One second.
Kevin, what's it called? Can I put the set up the PlayStation 4 for Madden, the football?
One second. Okay. Let them know it's not set up yet, and maybe next time.
Okay. Hello, Quincy.
Franklin's top of the morning, VP.
Hello, Quincy.
Jennifer?
Good morning, Mr. Parrish. The board is waiting.
What? Board?
Didn't you call a board meeting?
No.
Let me lessen the light so that you all can see it better.
Do you want to have a cup of coffee or something, Bill?
I don't think so. Do you?
To get to the point, we've received new information from John Bonticue concerning his desires for this company to merge with his, and we wanted to set the details before you.
Is that it?
Bonticue wants a quick response.
The answer is no. Quick enough for you?
Don't you want to hear the details?
I'm not interested in the details, and I'm not interested in the big picture either. What I am interested in is how my board got convened behind my back and is entertaining a further proposal from a man with whom it offends me to do business. I made a decision. Case closed.
So am I to understand from your response that you do not want to hear the details of Bonticue's offer?
Yes, you are to understand that. And now may I ask you a question?
Certainly, Bill.
Are you running this board or am I? That's it? Got a busy day ahead. This meeting's already set me behind. Shall we adjourn?
Before you do, Bill, while we're here, there's a second question the board would like a response to. Far simpler one. Who is the man standing to your left?
I've already introduced Mr. Blackshaw.
But who is he? What are his credentials? What is his relationship to you?
Now, this is the actual owner. And this is the man who happens to be sitting in as the CEO. He's the chairman also of the board of directors. One second. I just got a notice. Okay. All right. So let me go back. This is called Meet Joe Black is the movie. And this is where the owner of the company is terminated. Now, like I said, I played this before. I'm not going to go back to it at the moment. And let me also add that this video is for educational purposes. Educational purposes only. So with that in mind, this is where the board actually terminated him. Now, all of that took time, 5 minutes or less. That's approximately how much time. Now, the point that I want to make here is we've shown this before. I'm showing it to you tonight to remind you, because there is another clip of another movie called Rocky V, made in 1990. And there's another clip that you all need to see where he goes broke. Now, on that clip, it shows something very important that we're going to talk about tonight. But again, since we're live streaming and using this platform, I have to actually make comments with the videos that I'm using to avoid any infringement on other people's videos. So there's a short bit here. And
Do you know the seriousness of
I understand it.
Do you then answer
The
me?
whole freaking thing, huh? I understand it. You're accounting the crook, not me. I did what I thought was right. I said, don't blame me for nothing. I want to murder the phone worse than anybody.
Adrian, what's wrong?
Look what you've done now. She's dumping everything on me.
Come on, Paulie, don't turn this around on me.
Oh, come on, what'd you do,
He
boy?
gave power of attorney to our accountant.
Okay? I just didn't give anything to nobody, huh? He sent a letter. He says, we're going to be in Russia for a couple of months. He says, and I need Rocky to sign a tax extension.
That extension, that wasn't power of attorney, Paulie.
He's the thief. I need alcohol. Rocky, on my eyes, I never stole a freaking dime.
Adrian, what's happening here? Huh? What's going on?
The money, everything, it's all gone.
The piece of paper Paulie had you sign wasn't a request for an extension on your tax returns. It was a blanket power of attorney in favor of the accountant, who was involved in some very high-priced commercial real estate. He thought he could flip it quick, take his profit, have your money back before you knew it was gone. And unfortunately for you and everybody in this room, his deals fell through because the market dried up. And you lost millions.
So what are you saying? There ain't nothing I can do
Oh,
about
I'm
it?
doing plenty. I've filed 8 criminal acts against him, but you've got tremendous debt payment on this property, Rocky. You didn't pay your tax returns in 6 years, and the mortgage on your house hasn't been paid in months.
Wait, that we didn't have a mortgage. Our house was fully paid for.
Don't take it from me. Ask him.
Apparently not. There's nearly $400,000 still outstanding. The only thing you have that's not encumbered is a gymnasium that was willed to your son by a Mickey Goldmill in 19...
now, what I'm showing you here, again, I'm not going to play the entire thing. It's just a couple of minutes. The thing is that in that clip, Rocky, the star, for those of you, of course, you've seen the movie, Rocky has now learned that he's lost everything. He's lost everything. So with that in mind, Rocky is about to find out that not only has he lost everything, but there's nothing he can do about it. So why? Because an individual that he has as a family member, that individual did not know what he was signing. He had made him a manager over some of his business dealings. And the individual that he entrusted signed a document without understanding what it was, making a certain individual his power of attorney. Power of attorney now can do certain things according to the letter of the law. Well, one of the things that he did was invested money, and he lost the money that he invested. He had made bad investments with Rocky's money. He was intending to grow the investment, take money out, make money for themselves, and make money for Rocky. No harm, no foul. The money's back. Problem is, it went bad. Now, with that in mind, those two movies are excellent lessons. For one, it allows us to see, meet Joe Black, Anthony Hopkins, Brad Pitt. It allows us to see how a board functions, how a real board, a real operating board that works in the real world, how they truly, legitimately, and legally functions. They did not care that the man was the owner of the company. They did not care that the man himself built the company. They did not care at all that the man himself, and I just got your text, thank you, and I'll look at a little bit more a little later, but I'll respond to you as well. But they didn't care that the man was the owner. They didn't care that he built the company. They didn't care about none of that. Instead, they wanted him to answer their questions. And he did not answer one question. Who's the gentleman that's standing with you? Because we've seen you brought him into our board meetings. You did not give us any choice in the matter. You brought him without any question. You are the president of the board. Yes. You are the CEO of the company. Yes. You are the founder and owner of the company. Yes. However, we are your board of directors. You answer to us. You don't do anything that you want to do. Since he did not explain to them who the man was, they simply took a vote and they fired him. Now, we talked about that before, but now let's talk about Rocky. This is Rocky 5, the fifth part in a series of movies and sequels. Very, very popular. It was made in 1990, and this is where he lost everything. You all may have heard about TV actors, movie stars, entertainers, even singers from the Motown era, the doo-wop era when it comes to music. You remember Wham Bam Bop, Bawop Bam Boom. That was a very, very popular song, Tutti Frutti. So you have very big singers, very big entertainers, but back then they made hardly any money. And the reason for that is because people that you don't see in the back, people that you don't know anything about in the back, people who's unknown in the back, the ones who's managing their funds, the ones who's running their accounts, the ones who's making all of their business decisions, the ones who's drawing up contracts and writing agreements that they put in front of them and have them to sign off on. Those people were taking advantage of the entertainers that we knew. Famous singers, famous TV stars. You've seen TV stars from the 70s and the 80s and the 90s that are flat broke today. There was a singing group that came out and you all know the song, I'm sure many of you, don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the streams like you're used to. Don't chase after big dreams. Stick with the little ones that you know and let them just build into whatever the dreams are. However, as you are doing what you're doing, make sure you do it smartly and wisely. Now, what are we talking about right now? We're talking about people who became a household name. These TV shows and the individuals that acted in TV, movies, singers, huge, big time entertainers, lost a lot of money, many times lost everything. Kenny McMillan says, Don King was stealing big money from Mike Tyson. This is exactly one of the points that I'm making. And Mike Tyson's story is a huge lesson for individuals to learn. You better make sure that you're checking paperwork. You better make sure you have an attorney that's looking over contracts. You better make sure that you do not entrust people to do anything and everything for you, and you don't know what that contract says. You don't know what the paperwork says. You don't know what their responsibilities and obligations are. And more importantly, you don't know what they have access to. You don't know what it is that you have. You don't know your account information. You don't know jack. This became a lesson. Mike Tyson's story, other singers, other entertainers, to no longer allow people, just because they wear a suit, a shirt and tie, or a business dress carrying a briefcase, do not allow people to have you sign off on things that you yourself do not understand. People went homeless that are movie stars. People went homeless living on the street that are huge, big time TV stars. Even singers. Let's talk about sports before we go further. Some of the biggest names in basketball were only making $20,000 to $50,000 a year in the 70s, a year. By the 80s, it went up to maybe 75 to 90,000. By the 90s, it went up drastically to per year, maybe 200,000. Today, we have basketball players making millions of dollars a year. Average right around $2 to $6 million a year, if you're good. The best basketball players are literally making 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 million dollars per year. Why? Because people learned from other people's mistakes back in the day. Same game, same skill, people got better, but what they got better at doing was paying attention to the paperwork, paying attention to the contracts. Just like the singer who had a symbol for his name, right? I'm not going to say his name, but he learned the hard way. And the company that he signed with, they would not release him from his contract. He learned that the company was making buku money, so much money that he was missing out on because of the language specified in the contract that he didn't know about. But when he learned, he went back to the company asking to be released. They said, no, according to your contract, you owe us a certain number of songs that should be hits. And once we hit that number, then we'll release you. He said, okay, get a lawyer, draw up a new contract with that specified language in it. He went back, went home, brought out exactly, I think it was 10 songs, put them on the desk. He said, now release me from my contract. I said, what do you mean? How do we know that this is going to, he said, they're going to be hits. Every single one of those songs became a hit. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that was referred to as the vault because he went home inside of his vault and pulled out 10 songs. Now, he got released from his contract, went out on his own and blew up. But nobody ever took advantage of him anymore because he understood paperwork. He understood how the law works. He understood how copyrights work. He understood what rights people have to your creativity, your music, your hard work, whether it's writing, whether it's things that's going to be used over and over and over again. Even today, there's another basketball player, world known as the best, that's still making billions of dollars from shoe sales because they were famous and in the game 20, 30 years ago. They understood the power of language in a contract. Why am I talking about all this? Because our members don't understand our contract. This is supposed to be a contract. And since we don't understand our contract, the ones that we have entrusted to manage our affairs in the business known as the United House of Prayer for All People, we have allowed a manager of our affairs called a trustee to do anything and everything they want with our contract. Now, remember, I said in the beginning of this video that a sole trustee is an individual who's starting a business, who's setting everything up. They don't have the staff. They don't have the expertise. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the people. They don't have the money. So starting up, they will do something legally, setting themselves up to be a sole trustee because they're saying, I'm going to make all the major decisions for the growth and for the benefit of this company. That's my baby. So again, going back to that movie, Meet Joe Black, you see the board of directors now in play because that man built up that communications business for, I think it was something like 35, 40 years. But the board did not care that he's the owner. They did not care that he's the founder. What they cared about is we are your board. And the law says that you cannot operate. You cannot do the things that you're doing without us being aware of what it is. You answer to us. We're responsible for anything and everything that goes. We're the ones that can be sued. We're the ones that's going to be held liable. Our job is to provide oversight, to make sure that you're not doing anything illegal, to make sure that we understand your business transactions, to make sure that we understand who it is that you're talking to and who's making decisions on your behalf for you that's going to represent us as a company. And if you don't answer one single question, no problem. We're taking up a vote. I'm in favor. Termination. You're out the door. And it happened just that fast. 5 minutes, one vote. He's done. The owner, the founder, he built his business over 35 years. That man hard toiled and worked and sweat. But at that moment, he did not answer one question for that board, and he's out the door. Now, Rocky Balboa, 1990, Rocky V, made the same mistake, put somebody in a position, and they signed on his behalf. The problem that we're having in our organization is we have somebody in a position and they can do anything they want with no oversight whatsoever because we, the members of this organization, has not taken it upon ourselves to learn anything about the laws and how they work. So we're still dealing with, over 80 years later, 4 CEOs later, after the founder has passed, we're on the 4th CEO and they still act as a sole trustee. Anybody right now if you Google, is it wise? Is it advisable? Is it smart for a multi-million-dollar company, multi-billion-dollar company to operate under the management or governance of a sole trustee? If you ask that question to anybody, they will tell you absolutely not. Because the bigger a company is, the more responsibilities you're going to have. You have way too much work that needs to be done, that needs to be maintained, that needs to be observed, that needs to be supervised, that needs to be carried out, that needs to be monitored, that needs to be inspected, that needs to be overseen. Listen, we can go on and on and on and on. But all of you know that when a company grows, that's when people hire help because they know they need help. The work is too big. The responsibilities are too great. And the laws that need to be applied and followed are too numerous. By the time you get to larger size companies, the few laws that you have to abide by as a startup company becomes longer and longer and longer. And the more you grow, the more laws now are added to that company that they need to comply with. When you decide as a company to open up operations in another city, you've now added more laws and regulations. Because now you have to be in compliance with the rules and regulations instead of one city, 2 cities. 3 cities, even more laws. If you cross boundaries and go into another state, there's even more laws that you have to comply with. Now, the problem with that is one person, it is going to be impossible for that person to be in compliance with all the laws because you're not even going to have time to know what the laws are. So you need to hire or bring on volunteers for help. And this is why large multi-million-dollar company, multi-billion-dollar companies, this is why they're constantly hiring consultants. But one person does not hire them. The first group of people they bring on is a board of directors, and they determine whether or not that board is going to be small or large based on the affairs of that company. Now, I really don't care. I really don't care how many people talk about me. I don't care how many people don't like what I'm doing. I don't care how many people disagree with what I'm doing. No matter what a person says about me or what I'm doing in this venue to bring awareness to the members of the organization, one thing you can't say is that I've told any lies. The things I'm saying are true. And the bottom line is the members need to know what's in these booklets. Even this book had things put inside of it that should never have been put in it. But this book is a whole lot, 10 times better than this book. Now, mind you, this book is bad. This book is terribly bad. But this book that was put together by Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Jimmy Jones, while Mr. Cunningham understood full well that he was putting himself in that seat after the last bishop passed. He took full advantage and made sure he prepared things in this book. Now, if you don't understand that there is a need for the members of this organization to completely get into gear so that we can start learning how the laws in this book works. If you don't understand the importance of understanding how the Constitution works and the laws of the land, our members, if we don't understand what a trustee is and what a trustee is responsible for and what a trustee should be and not be doing, if we don't get that, then we are putting ourselves in a position to end up just like Rocky or Mike Tyson, because people are doing anything and everything they want. The trustee is supposed to be somebody who can be trusted. They have been entrusted. That's why that word trust is embedded in the middle of these words. Trustee is somebody that I'm putting trust in. And as I put trust in you, I'm entrusting you to look out for my welfare and my best interest. A power of attorney doesn't have nowhere near the authorities as a trustee. And what you saw in the clip with Rocky is that a power of attorney cleaned him out. A trustee can do so much more damage if you put the wrong one in a position to be trusted. Now, what I showed the other night was a list of individuals that we, the members of the organization, had no idea whatsoever that had been put down on documents and on paperwork as a trustee. We're supposed to be operating with a sole trustee, one person, but yet we've seen trustee after trustee after trustee after trustee over here, trustee over here, trustee over there, trustee over there. We had several trustees listed in one area, more trustees in another area, and nobody know who these trustees are and who has entrusted them to give them trustee power to write their names on documentation that's going to utilize monies of our organization, putting together business transactions, setting up business deals. We have no idea who these individuals are, how they got there in the first place, and that the trustee of the organization was even using them behind the backs of the members. Now, I ask you this question. Can you trust a trustee who's using all these other people without your knowledge and giving them power to sign documentation that affects the accounts and the business dealings of the organization without your knowledge of it, without any oversight, without any accountability, without knowing any of the business dealings or the transactions, without even being told what they're doing, when they're doing it, how they're doing it, or why they're doing it, without anything that even says expressly that the benefit of this transaction is ultimately going to go back to you. You have nothing in black and white at all, and there's no transparency where anybody has to report back to us. What you saw in the movie, Meet Joe Black, is not only are they in full knowledge of every single thing in that company, but they put the CEO in the spot and they called a board meeting without his knowledge of it. And they allowed him to come on inside and they questioned him. And because they didn't like it, he was out the door. What I'm telling you all is that is the same authority and the power that the members of our organization has right now as we speak. The problem is we just have not been using that power and that authority simply because we were not aware that we had that power and authority. We've been allowing ourselves to get kicked in the gut by CEO after CEO after CEO after CEO, who quite frankly was doing what that CEO did in the movie. Now, you haven't seen the movie. It turns out, well, there's a surprise. But that CEO walked into the board of directors and pretty much did whatever he felt like doing. You can't do that. And in our company, which is a religious institution on paper, our company as a nonprofit is supposed to be aware of everything. And yet, our own members don't even know what's in these books. So last night, I read out of this Constitution, 2009. And I read under the section pertaining to regulations for bishops to be hereafter selected. Now, the wording alone says regulations for bishops to be hereafter selected. What that means is this doesn't even apply to the first bishop. This is everybody that comes after me. We're not giving you all these rules to apply to me. That's the same as a trustee telling you, like in this case, the example you just gave, Kenneth, that's like Mike Tyson being told by Don King, I'm going to do everything that I feel like doing, when I feel like doing it, however I feel like doing it. Nothing you're going to say about it, nothing you can say about it. And I'm not even going to tell you what I'm doing or why. Mike Tyson would never go for that if he heard him say that. The problem is he didn't hear him say it. And the manager was too smart to say it. Everything is in writing, black and white. I'm not going to say it. Because if you are not smart enough to go and find out what's in black and white and you sign off on it, then you deserve every single thing that happens to you. You get your house taken, your cars taken, your bank accounts cleared out, everything you own, anything of value, gone, gone, gone. Again, just like Rocky 5, the mansion that he had paid cash for it, not knowing that the person who had power of attorney had taken out a loan against it. Instead of paying cash for it, he took out a loan, took the cash, put it in his pocket. And now Rocky was behind. And now he's about to lose the mansion that he had purchased for his family. Cars, everything else of value. My point is, for over 80 years, we have entrusted men to handle all the business affairs, all the financial transactions without one single question. Without saying a word. Without investigating their business dealings. Without holding them accountable. Without even asking them to report back to us at all. Here's a question that you need to ask yourself. When is the last time you heard a financial report coming from the CEO of this organization to the members? When's the last time you heard a balance read out to the members of this organization about how much the organization has? When's the last time your input was included when a decision was being made to spend money on anything? And why is it that the same CEOs are constantly telling the members no whenever the members are in need of something, even if it is to fix or repair or replace something in one of the edifices known as the house of prayer? Why is it left up to the CEO to determine whether or not any monies are going to be spent to repair anything? None of this is the normal behavior or responsibilities of a CEO. None of it. None of it. None of it. It will never, ever happen in any other company in the world. If there is another company running their company like this, then just as crazy as it sounds to people looking at us right now, it sounds exactly as crazy to everybody else looking at that company that's doing the same thing. This right here shows our degree of understanding when it comes to legal affairs, business affairs, or even something as simple as a trust. If you all do not do anything else, pay attention to these videos so that you can become aware of how things are being done by people that you're giving your trust to, who's taken that trust and completely stomping all over it. You all have no idea how many millions and millions of dollars have been taken. Billions have been stolen. Billions have been lost. Bad investments made here and there. And even if you say, Lewis is just making this stuff up. Okay, if I am, how would you know it? If I'm not, how would you know it? What evidence, what books, what transactions or receipts or deposit slips or holding accounts do you have that you know of in order to prove, confirm, or verify that I'm making this up? How would you know that I haven't seen certain things to be able to say what it is that I'm saying? Well, if you have it, why don't you show it? Because I'm not that stupid. Stupidity is what I used to be. When I'm a part of an organization giving and giving and giving and giving and giving and giving and giving for over 40 years without one time asking, wait a minute, where's my money going? Whether it's tithes, whether it's G-class, whether it's convocation expense, nobody giving me an account of where my money is going or what my money is doing. Instead, I'm being told that I am obligated to give more whenever we need more. And I'm going to say this again. A lot of our people don't like hearing this. Okay, I get it. I didn't like it neither, but we need to hear this. This is a wake-up call that all these years we've been handing people keys to do anything they want while we're thinking to ourselves, oh, they're not going to do nothing wrong. They're not going to hurt us. Everything they're doing is because they love us. Everything they're doing is because they care about us. Everything they're doing, they're looking out for our best interests. Meanwhile, we got members living in homes where mice are on the countertops. Rats are going through the walls. Mold and mildew, air is being pushed and circulated through the AC vents and the heating ducts while they're inhaling it. And the men sitting at the top around the one woman is not caring any bit at all. None whatsoever about your living conditions. While they tell you not to buy clothing to wear for services, but to put on uniforms. Buy uniforms, black and white, black and white, black and white. Why? Because clothing costs money. And if we can get you to stop buying clothes and just use your uniforms, then that's extra money that we get to take. If we get you to stop going out to different events and recreation with your family, whether it's a sporting event with your children or the park to buy whatever for the kiddies, ice cream at the zoo, a boat ride, a cruise, even a vacation. All that means more money for us to take. Instead of using the things that we have in the organization to benefit you, no, we're going to buy cars for us to ride in. We're going to get the largest mansions. We're going to build them from the ground up, custom everything for us to live in. It's going to be furnished from the top down. And when I say furnished, I literally mean lifestyles of the rich and famous. If you all don't remember Robin Leach talking about champagne dreams, and caviar wishes. But that's for the leaders of our organization. While they have access to every single account, every single asset, to do anything and everything with no accountability. The members have not had accountability for anything in here for over 100 years. And Mr. Cunningham is telling you to get ready to put on a show and a celebration for 100 years of being lied to, 100 years of being stolen from, 100 years of being talked about behind your backs, at how stupid we are, how foolish we are, how ignorant we are for not going into any type of a class or a course to learn about law or finance. Not one person raising an issue over all these years. And we're seeing things with individuals that are famous, individuals that are literally household names, and their bank accounts are getting wiped out. They're becoming homeless. They're being taken advantage of by the individuals that they trusted. These are professionals. And then we are expecting our CEOs to run this entire organization, and they have literally, listen to me very carefully, no training whatsoever in people skills, in management, in executive management, in any type of executive skill, nothing whatsoever about finance, about audits, about offshore accounts, about investments, about business dealings, about mergers or acquisitions. No training whatsoever about any of this. Land rights, property rights, zoning issues, zoning laws. No knowledge whatsoever, no training. But we're expecting for these men who put themselves in these positions and operate a fake or rigged election, which is why I read the newspaper clipping with Mr. Madison saying, quite frankly, he wasn't talking to the members, he was talking to a reporter. Thought it was just a casual question, off the book, off the record. Well, are y'all going to elect the next bishop or the people? We're not certain yet. We're unsure. If anybody should know that, it's certainly the senior minister, because all of the members of the organization, we certainly know who it is that's going to elect the next bishop, right? Right? The whole time we've been treated like fools. While every single one of those men come off of what group of men? What group of men are producing bishops? What group of men? General counsel, whose footprint has been on this organization for all these years, operating in the dark, running secret and shadow governments, getting things done, signing paperwork downtown, the same way this man did to Rocky, setting all these things up, running circles around the members of the House of Prayer because we have been too foolish, we have been too ignorant, we have been too stupid, we have been too dumb to even check for ourselves what the law says, me included, because we thought these were holy and upright and righteous men. Come to find out, they're not. Our children was trying to tell us what people were doing to them. Other younger people, as they grew up and became adolescents, was trying to tell us what was going on and happening to them. Band boys was trying to tell us what was happening to them. Maids becoming teenagers was trying to tell us what was happening to them. Individuals, because of things behind closed doors, being taken and forced to marry people, because individuals in these positions of authority tell them to do so in order to cover up what was going on and nobody knew anything about. Children coming into the picture, that nobody knows anything about, people being shipped off out of state so that nobody would find out, children being raised in people's households as a secret, being told that this is your mother, this is your father, and have no idea that they're not related to that person whatsoever. Individuals now throughout the entire organization don't know who your cousin is, don't know who your brother is, don't know who your sister is, aunts and uncles, grandparents, all over the organization. People are completely mixed up, confused, and messed up because all these people at the top doing a whole bunch of stuff behind closed doors with transactions while they're operating the business of the organization right in front of the people underneath their noses. All kinds of stuff is going on. We talking about holy convocation. I heard an evangelist use the term not holy convocation, hoary convocation. An evangelist in the house of prayer referred to the convocation as hoary, meaning the members have no idea. All over the convocation season, anytime that bishop get on the road, there's all these things taking place. And we've been thinking that people are traveling because they're going to get something for their soul. People, we need to learn what's in this book. We need to learn what's in this book. We've had far too many people confirm that conceptions were had on the buses of the organization. Far too many people have verified the different events that are plotted and planned and organized around convocation stops, around visitations from the bishop, different cities. When he's coming, they're organizing another event. Before service, most of the time after service. While people going to the service, they're not there for that. They're looking forward to the after party. Members, what I'm telling you is everything starts here. Now, let me show you, getting into the law, what it is that we did not know. I'm going to pick up from where I was last night, but I'm going to go a little bit in tonight. I started last night talking about Section 5 under Article 7. Section 5 under Article 7. And look at what that says. The bishop shall hold the property of all of the congregations of the organization as trustee. Okay, y'all see it. Trustee for use and benefit of such congregations. The bishop may rent, lease, dispose of, or retain such property for the use and benefit of the organization. Watch this very carefully. What I'm about to show you is the very, very most important lesson why our members need to understand how the Constitution works. I'm going to turn back to Article 2. Purpose. Now, under the purpose says, the purpose of the organization is to establish, maintain, and perpetuate the doctrine of Christianity and the apostolic faith throughout the world among all people, to erect and maintain houses of prayer and worship where all people may gather for prayer and to worship the Almighty God in spirit and in truth, irrespective of denomination or creed, and to maintain the apostolic faith of the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now, let's jump back to Article 7, Section 5, what I just read. The bishop shall hold the property of all of the congregations of the organization as trustee for the use and benefit of such congregations. Where does this include making real estate transactions pertaining to apartment complexes or individual houses, single family homes. Where does this include in the purpose? Buying anything whatsoever that the members know nothing about. Building condominiums. Where's that at in the purpose? Where does the purpose say anything about buying shopping centers? Where does it say anything about buying established businesses or giving money for other individuals around the leadership to run, operate, or manage businesses? Our purpose doesn't say any of that. But yet the members of this organization, our organization, we look at this purpose and we don't see any of those things in this Constitution. But yet, when we turn back here to Article 7, and it says that the bishop shall hold the property of all of the congregations of the organizations as trustee for the use and benefit of such congregations, our people are saying, yeah, that's what we do. While other people outside who understand business, Mike Tyson himself would look at us and say, y'all got to be crazy to allow one person to have access to everything you have, can do anything he wants, and there's no oversight, there's no accountability whatsoever. Mike learned his lesson. Those singers from back in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s learned their lesson. The one who had a sign, who made all that money from his own royalties now instead of paying people off who can't be seen in the back, he learned his lesson. All these other famous people, world-known, household names that went broke and went homeless, they learned their lesson. They learned, I need to learn to read and understand law. I need to learn and read to understand contracts. I need to learn and read so that whoever tells me to sign off on anything, I understand how they're using that paperwork downtown in a court of law. Because when I lose everything, when they take me for everything, when they steal everything, they're going to go to the court. They're going to give them a piece of paper and they're going to say, I had the right to do so. I had the legal right because they themselves gave it to me. I had that right. And there's nothing that they can do about it. The court don't care how famous you are. A bunch of famous people went through the courtroom and came out dead, flat, broke after losing everything. That's why I wanted to show you Rocky Balboa. Even lost his home, his family, him, everything cleared out. And did the people who did it care about Rocky? Do these CEOs care about us? That's why I keep talking about the furlough, because what did Mr. Cunningham do for the furlough? Even the scripture tells us about tithing, even though it's not a requirement today, but the leaders of this organization were not telling us that. They were reading scripture, but lying about the scripture that they read to make people believe that you're supposed to be doing this today. And we believed them because we trusted them, because we thought that they were holy men. We thought that they were sent. We thought that they were here to save. We thought that they were caretakers of our souls. Only to learn none of that. They are none of that. Absolutely none of that. And while we're believing that they are that, we got men who over and over and over again were making all these amendments to our Constitution time and time and time and time again. And every single time they amended our Constitution, they were taking more and more and more power from the members and giving more and more and more. Turn the page. They were giving more and more power to themselves until the members were left with absolutely nothing. I'm going to turn the page again. And here we are with Article 1, what's the name of the organization that I'm going to rob left and right? What's the name of the organization that I'm going to take from left and right? What's the name of the organization where I'm going to take advantage of the people's ignorance left and right? And while we being taken advantage of, these men are running around driving Maybachs. No, not driving, being chauffeured until they get to a 5, 6, 7, 8, $10 million home. I told you about a $50,000 chandelier that Mr. Grace had purchased that I saw crystal shipped in from Egypt. I saw, in a picture hanging in the inside vestibule of a mansion there in Philadelphia. That house had people living in it that were homeless. They had access to all the things, but the fortunate thing for the House of Prayer is that these were individuals that were getting high on drugs. They had no clue what was in that house. No clue whatsoever. And the bedroom suite that's inside of Logan Circle right now, if I'm not mistaken, came out of that house. I talked about these things because Mr. Grace spent tens of thousands of dollars back then at that time to furnish the homes that he was inside of living, only for a few days at a time. Why wasn't that money spent on the members? When the recent CEOs spent money, why wasn't that money spent on the members? How is it possible for these men, the trustees that has been entrusted with our affairs, how is it that they're capable and able to go around doing all these things for themselves, but we are not questioning any of it? Any of it. It's because they're using these laws so that downtown, whenever they go to court, they can say in court that we have the right to do those things because the people gave us the right. And matter of fact, let me show you, y'all didn't see what I just pulled up, but let me show you look at this. Let me dim the light. Now, this is a court order. And apparently it's blurred. Let me blow it up just a little. And look, state of North Carolina, county of Mecklenburg, the city of Charlotte, they are the plaintiff versus Bishop S.C. Madison and any successor trustees as trustee for the United House of Prayer for All People, nonprofit corporation organized and existing under the laws of the District of Columbia. I've seen several court cases all over the place that the members of that organization knew nothing about. Under Mr. Grace, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Madison, Mr. Bailey. And any future cases or existing cases are now against the trustee or Mr. Cunningham, who's applying or filing for cases today. But the members know nothing whatsoever about all of these cases going to court. Why? Because none of the members have ever inquired about what's happening with our trustees. They're given the lead way to just run around and do anything and everything they feel like it, as long as the members don't say anything. And they continue coming back and forth to these General Assembly meetings while utilizing the pastors and the general counsel to intimidate and instill fear in the members so that the members don't do anything about this. Now, this is why I'm going to share something with you before I close out. I brought this up last night. And again, Section 5, the bishop shall hold the property of all the congregations of the organization. Let me go to another portion as we go to the rear of this Constitution. It says, Article 24, amendments. Article 24, amendments. Any amendments to this Constitution must be by a 2/3 vote of the General Assembly and signed by the bishop and secretary of this organization and must not be in conflict with this Constitution. The problem with these books is, I'm going to say it one more time, our members have no idea what this means. And instead of trying to find out or even being given the opportunity to deliberate and discuss these things before bringing the members into a room and giving them the impression, well, y'all got to do whatever the bishop wants. And the bishop, he wants y'all to vote for these laws to go into effect. And as soon as they say, how many of y'all in favor? Boom, in favor. Why? Because we've been lied to and we've been giving our trust into these men thinking that they're holy men. While the whole time they're changing the laws in front of the people's faces. And since it's passed, because they've been conditioning the people that whatever it is that he says, whatever it is that he wants, we're going to give it to him. And so at the end, they have these printed up books already to be sold at the end of the General Assembly, because they know that the people have now been trained. The people have now been trained. The people have now been trained to do anything that the CEO, the bishop, or use the word for what it is, trustee. The sole trustee, whatever he says is what the people are going to do. And so now they can go ahead and pre-print books, knowing that the people are going to pass whatever it is that they put in front of them in the General Assembly. So Mr. Cunningham has been exercising this practice all these years, since 2008, when he put this Constitution together and changed some of the amendments and the laws that also took advantage of the members. But his worst was this one. And I'm going to show you why. I've not shown this to you yet. I keep saying I'm going to keep giving you a little bit more and a little bit more, hoping that this stuff soaks into our heads so that we understand why there's a need to bring all this stuff to a halt. You got entertainers and movie stars flat broke because people took advantage of them because they weren't thinking. Basketball players today getting signed for contracts now for $240 million, $300 million contracts to play for 5 and 6 years. $50 and $60 million a year. That's their salary a year. Why? Because they now understand what's in a contract. Musicians now making more money than they've ever made. Actors and actresses making more money than they've ever made. Why? Because they understand what's in a contract. We still stuck under a sole trustee, which is what a business startup uses over 80 years later. Business people, lawyers, law firms, Corporate executives are laughing at the members of the house of prayer because they see that we're being treated like fools by the CEO, who is still a sole trustee over this great big nationwide organization, making every decision, every important decision. All the things he has access to. Members have access to nothing. No transparency, no questions asked whatsoever. And he came to Washington, D.C. last year saying, we've always had one leader making decisions. We don't need no board. We don't need no 3, 4, 5 people in no meeting making decisions for us. One man, one man, one man leadership. That's how we have been taken advantage of, why they make us believe that these fake holy men are supposed to be making business decisions, and none of them got any training to do anything. And we believe that they're doing everything in the best interest of the members. They've been running circles around us and using the general counsel to do it, which is why I've shown you now in the paperwork that the general counsel is also downtown doing what? Signing documents the same way that man did behind Rocky Balboa's back and had Rocky cleaned out for everything. Everything. And now Mr. Cunningham is setting up shop with this general counsel so that they can come into the General Assembly and instill fear in the people once again, to intimidate people once again, to make sure that you walk in there and walk back out that door while he still has full power as sole trustee to do anything and everything for another year. And we know that they're setting up to do nothing. We know that they're calling you forward to do nothing. We know that they expect the delegates to do nothing because we have the program of this year's General Assembly. The order of business has nothing on it. They want you to come in and sit there all day long waiting for Mr. Cunningham to come into that door 3, 4 hours late. They want you to sing, "He's My Rock." They want you to see people fanning him and bands playing at his, what? The fanfare that he's expecting. At a General Assembly board meeting, for you to be laying down your jackets and your coats and your whatever else for him to walk on, as if he's the Messiah walking into Jerusalem. It's in one of the Sunday school lessons, comparing himself to the Son of the Most High, while preparing the people to spend money, to take time off of work, to make their way to Washington, D.C., and sit there the night before, waiting, and first thing in the morning, the day of, to come and do nothing whatsoever, while he comes in, talk about what great time they're going to have, what they're looking forward to, and then have you all leave once again so that they can write down in the book that we've had our General Assembly and the people have now spoken. They had nothing to say. They wanted nothing changed, and they get to use this book downtown as evidence and proof that all of the members of this organization are 100% in alignment with this book. Let me tell you what's in this book. The article, not 24, but 14, talking about amendments, that is in the old Constitution, but that rule right here has been violated by bishops every single time they make these new constitutions. They're the ones amending it without the people. But this is the dirtiest thing that I've seen. Look at this. Article 15. Article 15, church and or organization assets. Assets. The property. Look at this. Section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? And the old one that Mr. Cunningham helped put together, okay, taking advantage of the people's ignorance around the organization by adding stuff even to this one that needs to be redone and refixed and taken out. But look at what he did in this one with the help of Mickey Bailey, with the help of Mr. Judge Cuthbert, with the help of Jimmy Jones. Look at what he did, how he jacked this up. Article 15, church and or organization assets. Look at this, section 1. Section 2, section 3, section 4, no section 5. The other side of that says Constitution and bylaws as revised and approved by the General Assembly. This was not revised by the members of the General Assembly. Our constitutions have never been revised by the members of the General Assembly. Every constitution has been revised. Let's go back to the beginning. Look at what it says. Changes. Signed by C.M. Grace because he wrote the first one. It was adopted by the people because back then they had no idea what they were looking at. It was amended 3 times, 62, 63, 73. By who? The people? No. It was amended by Mr. McCullough. Amended again, 92 and 2002. By who? The people? No. It was amended by Mr. Madison. Amended again in 2009, of which Mr. Cunningham was on that committee, by Mr. Bailey. And then it was amended again. And you see the changes. Here, let me go back to this one before I read this last thing to you. Here. This one, the Constitutional Revision Committee, a standing committee of the General Assembly, which is a lie. The General Assembly does not have a standing committee called the Constitutional Revision Committee. Heretofore duly designated and constituted, but you notice it does not say by who. This is done by the bishop, but they don't put it in here because they don't want the government to know that this is appointed revision committee by the bishop. This is a conflict of interest and a contradiction. And quite frankly, it is illegal. For the purpose, after due deliberation, made the following recommendations for amendments to the Constitution and bylaws of the United House of Prayer for all people at the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. Now, the people didn't do that. The committee did that. And Mr. Cunningham was on that committee, told nobody. Jimmy Jones was on that committee, told nobody. Mr. Bailey used his daughter just because she was a lawyer, told nobody. Now, all these amendments, look at all the changes. Look at the list of changes. Every single article and all of these sections and subsections were changed. And they did it in one single vote in 2022. Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, 5, 7, 8, Article 9, Article 10, Article 11, Article 12, Article 14, and Article 15. All these subsections. Section 1, Section 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. That's how you read this legally. And the one I'm going to show you here, y'all see Article 15, Section 5. Now, mind you, it says Section 1, 2, and 3 were changed. Every single one of these things were changed. And Mr. Cunningham had a hand in doing all of this because he was itching, knowing that he's going to use this in order to protect himself as the bishop. And then after this one, after he put himself in the seat, he had one more change in 2024. And that change, he needed Mickey Bailey again to come to his aid because we were on his heels and he knew I was coming after him. So he used Mickey Bailey to add this to this 2024 Constitution. Section 5, the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. A.D. Cunningham. And this is what he was wanting. Shall hold the office for the period of his natural life. And that's why he said, you didn't hire me. You can't fire me. I'm going to be here until he calls me home. But that's what you think. Is we're going to take care of this. Now, he had this added. Now look at what it says. This is why you need to understand paperwork. Because in the law of the land, they're going to enforce this if we let him get away with it. Look at what it says. The General Assembly and the congregations of this organization shall have no power whatsoever. Why do you think he put that word in there? To make sure that the laws of the land knew that the people agreed that they will have no power whatsoever to interfere with my visions, my rights, or my powers in building. And that's not all. Neither shall they have power to judge or condemn him. And if you continue, we shall have no power to judge him, and he is only to be judged by the Almighty God. Now, y'all know about that part, as ludicrous as it seems, but you don't know what I'm about to show you. Again, nobody in their right mind on the planet would ever agree to this. Ever. We got thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and we look like, in the eyes of the public, people. Let me show you what he added in here. This is Section 5. And I'm going to read this. You all tell me if this makes sense to you. Tell me if it makes sense to you. Section 5. This is new. Remember, there is no Section 5 in this book. Wait a minute. Let me go to the back. There is no Section 5 in this book. This stops at Section 4. Section 5 was added. And look at what Section 5 says. Severability. Most people in here don't even know what that means. Severability. If any of the provisions contained in this document are hereafter construed to be wholly or to any extent invalid or unenforceable in any jurisdiction, the same shall be deemed automatically modified to the minimum extent necessary to make such provision or covenant enforceable, and the same shall not affect the remainder of the provisions to the extent not invalid or unenforceable in such jurisdiction, or the enforceability thereof without limitation in any other jurisdiction. Now, I wrote this because I know I need to explain it. Now I'm going to read it faster. Now, you all tell me if you understand this. Severability. If any of the provisions contained in this document are hereafter construed to be wholly or to any extent invalid or unenforceable in any jurisdiction, the same shall be deemed automatically modified to the minimum extent necessary to make such provision or covenant enforceable, and the same shall not affect the remainder of the provisions to the extent not invalid or unenforceable in such jurisdiction or the enforceability thereof without limitation in any other jurisdiction. I know for a fact most of you have no idea what I just read. And this is why people obtain lawyers. I can probably guess that this was put here by Mickey Bailey. If it wasn't, it was put here by Mr. Cuthbert. But one of those two individuals put this here, but I'm sure it was Mickey Bailey. Why? Because of what it means. Now, we're going to slow this down a little bit, and I'm going to read it again. Now, understand how this is read now. Severability. What that means, because that word is here with a period after it, is one word, period. It's a one-word sentence. This clause that's about to be read is pertaining to severability. In other words, in the event that anything in this book needs to be severed or cut away from, this is the law that we are going to use to make sure that the rest of the book remains intact. Severability. Okay. Now look at what Mr. Cunningham did. This is so sneaky. This is so dirty. This is low down, dirty legal trickery, knowing that the members of the organization are not going to understand this. And yet, downtown, he is going to enforce it. How do we know that? Because in this section, Article 7, I'm telling you all, pay attention. I'm telling you, pay attention. Pay attention. Article 7. I'm going to read from the old one, and then I'm going to go back. Article 7. Look at what this says. Regulations for bishops to be hereafter selected. Article 7. Section 8. Look at what it says. Section 8. The bishop may be removed from office for incompetency and for violating the laws of the faith or of the church or of the New Testament. This is Section 8. Section 8. Okay. And then you see Section 8. There's Section 8A, and then nothing else. It goes on to Section 9. Okay. This Section 8, once again, the bishop, Section 8 may be removed. Section 8. 2024. This is Mr. Cunningham's handiwork, where he put himself in with a self-appointment, bishop for his natural life. Section 8 says, look at this handiwork. Section 8. The regulations in Section 8. I'm going to let it focus or zoom in so it's not blurred. In Section 8 are for bishops hereafter selected who are not given a lifetime appointment as described in Article 6. Section 8. The regulations in Section 8 are for bishops hereafter selected, meaning Mr. Cunningham now says this law will not apply to me. Section 8 will only apply to bishops that are selected after me, making sure, look at what it says. Section 8A, the bishop shall be elected by a majority vote for an unlimited period by the General Assembly of the organization. Now look at 8B, Section 8B. The bishop may be removed from office for incompetency, the systematic failure to issue righteous and just decisions in accordance with the rules and regulations of this faith, and for violating the laws of the faith or of the church or of the New Testament. In doing this and changing this, this man has just violated the laws of the faith. And he violated the laws of the New Testament because this is deception. This is manipulation. And I wrote this here so that you all would see that he swapped it. That law used to be Section 8 in the old law, and the members had no opportunity to read through the recommendations from the Constitution Revision Committee in 2022. While Mr. Cunningham stood there saying, no, we're not going to allow nobody else to talk. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get ready for the vote, because he knew that he himself was going to get that chair, because everything had already been set up for the General Counsel, the incoming General Assembly Secretary, Mr. Jimmy Jones, the assistant, Mr. Elliott, Tom Elliott, who's working for the headquarters at Portal Drive, used to, now he's over beside Charlotte Mission or on the third floor of 6th and M Street above Paradise Cafeteria, where they're working now. That's why that glass is frosted out. You cannot see into the pool area no more, because this is where the staff is hiding out while they quote unquote work for the organization. We have absolutely zero transparency in this regime. This is organized crime at its finest, my opinion. But the evidence that supports my opinion may end up also becoming the conclusion that the regulating agencies outside come to agreement with. Now, I'm going to go back to what he added at the end, Section 5, so we can explain that. Okay? He put himself in there, and then he changed Section 8 so that law, the organization removing him, would not apply to him. It applies to incoming bishops. And if nothing is done about this, then he's going to use this book in court to make sure that the judge of the land sees to it that he remains the bishop for his entire life. Why? Because he made sure that it's in this Constitution that the people had no knowledge of whatsoever. Let me read this Section 5 again. Severability. This is what it means. If any of the provisions contained in this document, if any amendment, if any law, if any rule, if any of these fake laws, which are truly orders of bishops, if any of those things, any of the provisions contained in this document, the Constitution, are hereafter construed to be wholly or to any extent invalid, that means if any of the provisions, let's use Section 4 as an example. Section 5 says, if Section 4 is construed or understood by anybody to be wholly, that means all of Section 4, or to any extent invalid, that means a piece of Section 4. either wholly all of Section 4 or just a portion of Section 4. If either one is construed to any extent to be invalid or unenforceable in any jurisdiction, if there's a court anywhere in the country that says we cannot enforce that because that's illegal, or we cannot enforce all of that because it's illegal, we can enforce a portion of that because it's illegal. This says if any extent is invalid or unenforceable in any jurisdiction, in any local government, in any city government, in any county government, in any state government, or in any federal government, then the same shall be deemed automatically modified. That means at that same token, when you see that, well, we can't enforce this because it's not enforceable, it's illegal. Well, what this says, the same shall be deemed automatically modified. That means if it's unenforceable because it's illegal, if we can't enforce it, then automatically this law is to modify itself so that we can enforce it. It is to automatically change, mysteriously change, so that we can still use this law against the people's will. The people don't like it, so what? We're going to automatically modify it because it's in writing. So now in court, if a judge says, well, we can't enforce Section 4. Well, Your Honor, look at Section 5. It says if you can't enforce Section 4, then Section 4 becomes automatically modified. So if you please, Your Honor, can you correct the language in Section 4 so that it will automatically be modified so that we can enforce it in your jurisdiction? That's what this says. Dirty work. Now watch carefully. It is to be automatically modified to the minimum extent necessary to make such provision or covenant enforceable. That means don't change it too much. Only change it to the minimum extent possible. Whatever needs to be tweaked, if you can add a comma, if it's just a capitalization, if it's just removing one word, whatever the least amount of work needs to be done, Your Honor, change it so that it can become enforceable in your jurisdiction, because that's the law in that Constitution under Article 15, Section 5. Whether the people like it or not, whether they agree or not, we don't have to take it back for them to have another meeting. It is to be automatically modified so that we can still enforce it at that very moment while they're in court and none of the members of the House of Prayer know anything about it. It also says, and the same modification and the same modification of that section shall not affect the remainder of the provisions of this document. That change will not change anything else at all within this book. That one change does not affect nothing else. Nothing else. Keep everything else the same, Your Honor. Keep it all the same. It says, shall not affect the remainder of the provisions to the extent not invalid, as long as everything else is valid in your jurisdiction. Then this modification does not affect, it does not impact, it does not change anything else within this Constitution. Or unenforceable, meaning As long as it's still valid, if it's still valid, leave it alone. If that modification doesn't touch it, leave it alone. Don't allow anybody to argue that this modification over here means that the Constitution must be thrown out, because this is a part of the entire Constitution. Like the Messiah said, like the disciples were taught, a little leaven leavens the whole lump. If you have an illegal portion, will automatically modify it, Your Honor, because that's the language specified that the people agreed to. Well, this is unheard of. There's no precedence allowing it. Well, we know, Your Honor, but that's what they agreed to. So since it's in the Constitution, we argue that the court gives the people what they agreed to. And the likelihood is that they would probably do it because it's in writing and there's nobody to challenge it in the court since the people don't know. But that's not all. Look at what else it says. And the same shall not affect the remainder of the provisions to the extent not invalid or unenforceable in such jurisdiction, in that judge's jurisdiction. Don't change anything else. Keep it right there where it is. Or the enforceability thereof. It should not change, affect, or do anything to take away the enforceability of this Constitution. Mr. Cunningham, Miss Mickey Bailey, Mr. Jimmy Jones, Mr. Cuthbert, who else was there? Underneath of Mr. Bailey, they made sure that even if there's something in this book, but this is all, I'm certain, Mr. Cunningham, they made sure that in this book, even a judge could consider it automatically changed without having to send them back to a meeting for the people to change it or vote on it or throw it out or approve it to give their consent. No, this section at the end of the Constitution, the last section at the end, means every single thing in this book is enforceable. And if there's anything in it that is illegal or unenforceable, Your Honor, well, the people said that it's okay to tweak it just enough to make it enforceable. And if that one piece can't be enforced, well, leave the rest, because the reality is this. This document was 100 years in the making, but this one has been perfected, at least in the eyes of Mr. Cunningham, so that the people of the organization, the members of the General Assembly, cannot touch the CEO, who is the sole trustee, entrusted by the people to act within the people's best interest and the best interest of the organization. So all these decisions being made and all these backdoor meetings being carried out and these recommendations being given for the people to come into the General Assembly to have another vote without their knowledge of, without the approval of, without the consent of the amendments that were recommended to be changed, the people get to walk out the door approving something that they have absolutely no idea how it's going to hurt them in the long run. And they have absolutely no idea how it's going to empower the bishops and the general council and the General Assembly secretary, while at the same time simultaneously shackling themselves, because we're literally becoming bondmen and bondwomen under the oppression of the leadership every single time they change it. And now this has been fixed to where they can go in court and even have a judge on the stand modify anything in here without them ever have to go into the General Assembly so that they can enforce whatever it is that they want against the members of the organization. Mike Tyson now knows better than to do anything like this. These singing groups know better than to do anything like this. These athletes know better than to do anything like this. These musicians, that man who had a sign for his name, he now knows better. You don't come out that room with no crap like this. No, 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 no. You're going to look out for my welfare, or I'm going to look out for my welfare. Especially if you have a title called power of attorney or manager or CEO or trustee. We're trusting you to do a job, to conduct business that's keeping the responsibilities of looking out for the welfare of the members of the organization. This robs the people of every single thing in here, while he does anything and everything he wants and uses the general counsel as if they're a board of directors, while utilizing people behind our backs as trustees when he's not there, just to sign paperwork, to have other things done around the organization without our knowledge of, without our consent, and without our approval. People, it's time to get ready. Let everybody you know put this video in front of them. This has nothing to do with being liked. This has nothing to do with being favored. This has nothing to do with the word or with the religious activities or with your belief in these men. This has nothing to do with that. This has everything to do with common sense. This has everything to do with using some wisdom. This has everything to do with learning from other people's mistakes. All these Hollywood movie stars and these TV actors and these world-renowned musicians and entertainers. How many athletes have you seen working at different jobs, out doing public service because they became broke while somebody took advantage of them? At the signing of a signature on a piece of paper that they did not understand. People, we have about 3 weeks. And now I've shown you the most important changes in this book. And that last one is the doozy. While Mr. Cunningham in this book wrote a law that says, y'all can't move me. The Constitution says so. And that's why he's saying the crap that he's saying in regards to, you don't like it, get out the door. Of course he's going to tell you to get out the door. He needs you to get out the door. He needs you to be quiet. He needs you to get your hat and coat and just go. He would love for me to keep my mouth shut and to just quietly walk away, because it doesn't benefit me to do that. It doesn't benefit you all to do that. It benefits him and this crooked, corrupt, dirty, sheep in wolves' clothing, hypocritical, blind guides, generation of vipers known as the General Counsel, who's helping him, along with that same man, Jimmy Jones and Mickey Bailey and anybody else on their staff that's as quiet as kept, working to keep all of this out of y'all's knowledge. That's why I showed you Bonnie Malloy signature, Brenda Hall's signature, even Sterling Green's signature as public notaries, notary publics, to stamp as long as the Mr. Bishop can get what he wants. Stamp, stamp, stamp. Attorneys, Carol Jackson, writing stuff, putting out documents. General Counsel, signing stuff. General Assembly Secretary, signing stuff. Assistant General Assembly Secretary, signing stuff. The clerk of the General Counsel, the clerk of the court, the judge of the General Counsel, signing documents all over the organization, year after year after year after year. And every time you turn around, we got something else that we're learning about. all these trustees hidden around the organization, getting paid behind the people's backs, while they're just taking advantage left and right of all these accounts. And they're telling you every time he come into the city for these pastors to get as many people on Daddy's Club, and hitting you left and right, nickel and diming everybody in here to death. And then when you're done and you can't possibly be squeezed anymore, you get sick, going to the hospital. They take what little bit that they've been giving you as a pastor's insurance policy, they take that away. And now you don't have that to take care of yourself with. The little $25 a month or $50 a month or $100 a month stupid grace aid that's going to do what for you and your wife while you're now in your senior years after giving 40 and 50 years to this organization, to get that taken away or not even given to you at all. After you've raised how much money from the congregations for these men, faithful, dedicated, loyal members, those are the ones they want to be in the General Assembly, elected as a nominee and delegate. But the faithful, dedicated, loyal members for 40 years of loyal service, dedicated and devoted, getting ready to get the largest house of prayer in the organization because I'm so dedicated and devoted, bringing people in left and right, teaching them nothing but house of prayer, believing in these men. As dedicated and loyal and devoted as I was, out the door because I saw too much, and I'm trying to bring to the attention of everybody in here that these men are crooked. They're lying, they're conniving, they're deceiving, they're manipulating our laws, and their hands are all over the money. And every single fundraiser going on in here, it is a scandal. All of my loyalty, all of my devotion, all of my dedication now goes out the window because they tell you all, the members, that I have a problem. I'm just disgruntled. I'm just mad. I didn't get what I want. I didn't get to travel with the council. I wasn't appointed. I wasn't made an apostle. He had his credentials taken. Lie after lie after lie after lie to get you to turn a deaf ear to me. And now I've shown you evidence to show you that everything that I've been saying about this council is true. I've shown you documents and paperwork that they've been lying the whole time. I've shown you documents and paperwork that these CEOs, these bishops, every one of them has been lying the whole time. I've shown you paperwork to show you how they're using the staff behind the backs of the members, how they've been running circles around all of us the whole time. I've shown documents that the council had set up certain things and they're supposed to be hitting you with violations according to the law, but they covered up because they thought that they misplaced documents. So I didn't hear nothing about it. But when I get home, I find those documents, which I put on this video and I showed you, but I didn't get a violation. Why? Because they were covering up for each other so that it would not be discovered by the people that they lost documentation, bank paperwork. Now they know where it is. I had it and didn't know I had it, which is more proof that they lied in their report. These are supposed to be pastors, preachers, apostles, lying apostles, lying apostles. Let that sink in. Lying bishops. Let this sink in. And now we have an apostle, Mr. Commodore, who's out in the open, nervous, worrying, scared, terrified. If this does not work out, I'm going to go to hell, y'all. I'm going to be destroyed. I put all my eggs in this basket. If it doesn't work, if Mr. Cunningham cannot free me, if he can't save me, what am I going to do? Now I want y'all to pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Because this apostle who's been traveling all this time, all these years, have been saying all around the country, this man is it. This man is it, from this one to the last one, and the one before him, and the one before him, telling people everywhere that this man is it. He's the real deal, y'all. He's the real deal. Y'all know how he says it. I mean, I tell you, I look at him and I see the spirit of daddy all in him, all over him. That's not Apostle Cunningham, y'all. No, no, no. That's not Apostle. That's daddy. That's daddy. That's daddy. And now he is on the ropes saying, if he ain't it, we need to pay attention. If he ain't it, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. My soul is on the line. Eternal damnation is waiting for me if he ain't it. And then at the end of that, he said, I choose Cunningham. Now, you chose him over the Messiah. You chose him over the Savior, over the one who gave his life. All these people talking about Jesus. All these people talking about God and his. Listen, you choosing Mr. Cunningham over the one who redeemed you? Now, if he, an apostle in here, is worried, then that means he's not sure. He knows he don't have no power. He knows he don't have anything to offer. He's busy directing your attention to this man, telling you that I know he's real because of what he's done for me. That is not the message of the apostles of the scripture. They didn't go around talking about, I know he's real because of what he's done for me. They said, I know he's real because he gave me power over unclean spirits. He gave me power to cast out devils, to heal the sick, to give sight to the blind, to make the lame walk. He gave me power over all sickness and disease through his name. They didn't go around talking about one of the other apostles of that one. They went around talking about him. The Son who gave his life that we all might be redeemed. And now he's saying, if I don't make it, if the apostle who've been preaching around this organization all these years, telling all you people, give all this money, pay your tithes, pay G-Class. This is what he said. I paid too much money in tithes. I paid too much in G-Class, year in, year out, month in, month out, week after week, day after day, night after night. I gave it all, my energy, my strength, my blood, sweat, and tears over the years following these men. If I don't make it, y'all, if I don't make it, y'all, if he's not it, what am I to do? He said, what am I to do? Pay attention. Because Mr. Cunningham said before Mr. Commodore 2 days earlier, is some of you in here don't like what's going on? If this is not your cup of tea, don't drink it. Find somewhere else that suits you. Find somewhere else that works for you. But as far as all those in here, this right here, this works for them. Now y'all need to read between the lines. Because what Mr. Cunningham did was just confess to everybody. He just said, I'm not what I claim to be. By using that same word Mr. Commodore used. If this is not your cup of tea, he said, go find somewhere that works for you. If you don't like what's going on here, go find somewhere that works for you. What he did not say is what caught my attention. He did not say, if this is not your cup of tea, then you are already hell-bound. He didn't say that. If this is not your cup of tea, you are already lost. He did not say that. If I don't work for you, in your mind, you don't like what I'm doing, you don't like what's going on in the house of prayer, then you need to pray, because he has me doing what I'm doing. He did not say that. If you don't like this, if you have a problem with this, if you can't see me and this rubs you the wrong way, then you better be in a hurry to get whatever straight, because there is no other way. He did not say that. One thing's for sure. When it came to those men in that scripture, they knew for a fact that that was the only way. Solomon said, when the sons of the stranger, who are not of thy people Israel, when they come here, when they come here, seeking your face, your mighty hand, your stretched out arm, when they come here, he said, do unto them and everything that they calleth unto thee for. Give, that the whole world, that everybody in it, no matter what nation, no matter what country, no matter what city, no matter what generation, no matter what people, what family, no matter where they're at, before the son of yours come and give his life, no matter who it is, no matter where they are on the entire planet, if they come here, give them what they ask for, so that everybody knows that this house which I have built is called by thy name. Mr. Cunningham did not talk like that. You know why? Because Mr. Cunningham knows for a fact that he is not what he claims to be. Mr. Commodore used the word if. This does not work. If this does not work, if he can't save me, what am I going to do? You know why he said it? Because Mr. Commodore is not certain. He is not sure. He is not 100%. Even if he believes in what he does, he's not sure. I think that Mr. Commodore, of a certainty, knows absolutely full well that he's been lying. And this ain't it. If he doesn't know it, then he has not been reading his Bible. He's not been reading the word. Mr. Cunningham has not been reading the word. And the messages that I'm giving in these videos then now becomes a warning and a plea to reconsider. Because he's watching. And he said all souls belong to him. But he also said, the soul that sins shall die. And he said in Ezekiel, 18th chapter, starting from the 4th verse, and then the 33rd chapter, it was so important that he said it twice. Why will ye die? Why not turn and live? It's not worth it to hold on to this little bit of nothing that you have in this world, to continue lying to the people, so that you can keep your little teeny tiny rinky dink titles, so you can sit up on a little cushioned chair that's got foam underneath of it, painted blue or burgundy with little wooden handles, to sit up a step above the rest of the people in the organization, just for them to see you sitting up there. Like was said in the 23rd chapter of Matthew, the priests, the Pharisees and Sadducees, they loved the chief seats in the synagogues and in the upper rooms, loving to be called rabbi, rabbi, enlarging their phylacteries and their borders for people to see them from a distance. It's not worth it. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world, Mr. Cunningham? Your car is like the president of North Korea. You driving a car like Kim Jong-un, not even driving it. But yeah, you're the head of a nonprofit. No, you've been entrusted with a nonprofit, not the head. That's the lie that the members have been under the belief of for all these years. The head of this nonprofit is the General Assembly. They are the head. The head is not the CEO. So these lies that's been printed all over the organization can easily be disproven if the members would listen and learn, so that we won't end up like a Mike Tyson who had to learn the hard way, so that we won't end up like a music symbol, so that we won't learn the hard way, so that we don't end up like a TV or movie star, homeless, sleeping on the sidewalk, or working a 9-to-5 job after somebody behind that closed room stole from everything that we have. So we won't end up like a Rocky Balboa in Rocky V, 1990, who lost everything because he never even understood what was in the contract. These are contracts that we need to understand so that we can prevent the inevitable. The inevitable is Miss Dolores Madison sitting back there ripping everybody off in this organization, and people outside who's contributing to this organization. Mr. Cunningham and his minions around him stealing left and right while signing things over, and have us coming and doing all this dancing around while musicians are playing instruments and they living high on the land. Some of these councilmen got 3, 4, 5, 6 homes, beautiful homes. Some of them with houses on the beach. Isn't that right, Mr. Whitner? That people don't know nothing about. Mr. Wynn, a group of houses, money coming in left and right. People laugh when I said that we got councilmen that are millionaires. The councilmen sat back and did this because they didn't know whether people were going to believe me or not. And then when people laughed, they wiped their foreheads like, whew. We almost got exposed. Several of these councilmen are multimillionaires from the money that they got paid or the money that they've stolen from this organization. People, it's time to wake everybody up so that we can clean the entire organization up. We should not be a part of an organization that's a nonprofit 501c3 regulated by regulating agencies in this country. And we don't have a clue of what we have. We don't have a clue of the bank accounts. We don't have a clue of what's being spent, how it's being spent, where it's being spent. People, it's now time. It's time. Let's go ahead and read the comments. That's all I'm going to do on the Constitution. I'm done with the Constitution. The next video, we're going to get right into the supreme laws. And then after the supreme laws, we're going to get right into the auxiliary bylaws and the reason why we're now on a time limit. I want to get past the supreme laws and then get past the auxiliary bylaws so that we can get into the Robert's Rules of Orders. And I'm going to pick apart some of the Are You Aware so that y'all can see further that they've been stealing from everybody in here. They've been opening up income streams by using the members in here. These fines, these dues, and more fines, pastors. This is why, think about this. This is why Mr. Cunningham got this walkathon. Pastors and elders have to pay $50 for registering. Why? Because he knows if they don't pay $50, then that's the one who's not loyal to him. That's the one he's going to target. That's why do you think he set the deadline for May the 1st? May the 1st. And anybody who doesn't register, you're going to pay $25 as a regular member and then $10 for your children. Anybody who doesn't register, he now knows, okay, so I don't have complete control over this one. Now they're going to have a list of people that they can pick from. I guarantee you they're going to look to do anything and everything they can to try to control who comes inside the General Assembly. And what I'm telling everybody is, even that's not going to work. So don't keep telling me what's not going to happen, what's going to happen. None of you know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. How many people have said, when we started doing this, ain't nobody going to look at them videos? How many people have said, ain't nobody going to listen to Lewis? How many people have said, them people are not going to hear him? How many people have said, those videos aren't going to change anything? How many people have said, the leadership ain't thinking about them videos? How many people have said that the House of Prayer is going to go on like it's been going on? Nothing's going to stop. They stopped selling magazines. They stopped selling literature. They stopped selling videos. They stopped selling DVDs. They stopped selling. Listen, I can go on and on about what has changed in this organization. You don't even have bishops anymore. Right now, the last time there was an order that went out, there was no letter. Now, I think Mr. Cunningham might release another letter just to try to prove me wrong. I ain't afraid to write no letter. You're terrified. You are scared to death. And now there's an order to the members during the Midwest tour that when he gets out the car, nobody can take pictures. Nobody can use their cell phone outside to take pictures. Nobody can take pictures outside the House of Prayer. They're trying to dictate to you and tell you what you can do with your cell phone outside, let alone inside. They don't have your permission to take your picture, but they're taking it. They don't have your permission to record you in the services, but they're recording you. They don't have your permission to take your digital image, but they're videoing you as well. They don't have your permission, but on videos, on YouTube videos, Mr. Stay Off of YouTube, you can see all the members of the House of Prayer splashed all over YouTube everywhere. And not one time did any member sign an agreement form to give permission to this organization to use their digital image, to use their audio, to use anything whatsoever. Nobody signed a consent form. These bishops have set the organization up for lawsuits. But you're the trustee. You're supposed to know these things. This is why I'm telling you all, one man cannot possibly know what he's doing. And for you people who think that I don't know what I'm talking about when I say that they should not be charging rent for those apartments, I'm going to prove it to you too. The members shouldn't be paying no rent. Period. Period. You shouldn't be paying a dime to ride those buses. Period. Period. I would like to think that I've shown enough paperwork that at least gives you the benefit of the doubt, even if you don't believe the things that I have to say. But one thing's for certain, not once has Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Bailey, any of these others done anything whatsoever to help the members of the organization. They've helped themselves while taking care of scratching the backs of these councilmen who's running around here doing all kinds of stuff in the shadows and in the dark. So with all that is said and in mind, let me go ahead to the comments. Again, we're going to come back next time with the supreme laws and then the auxiliary bylaws. And we're going to prepare you for this General Assembly coming up. Kenny, Don King, thank you for that example. Our company is a money printer. Absolutely. The House of Prayer, there's money coming in left and right, left and right, left and right. And yet, there's a law that I'm going to show you in the supreme laws that they never, ever enforce. And they can't enforce it because to enforce this law is to expose themselves. And it has to deal with theft. Now, if y'all think what I'm talking about, you can probably guess. But I'm going to show you in the supreme laws that there's a law that they never enforce because it would expose themselves. We'll come back to it. Jamal says, good evening. Larita, yeah, it's a lot to take in, right? The lives of him and her. Good evening, everyone. Great to have you all here. Please take a moment to thumbs up, share, and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to turn on notification bells to help spread the good news. Thank you so much. The lives of him and her. Rise up, members. Our rightful right is to lead. Let's ensure this General Assembly is conducted by the people, for the people, not dictated by the General Council. Time to take back what's ours. 110%. This is exactly what the people need to understand. Frankie House, peace to everyone. The lives of him and her. Hey, Frankie. John Sales, the people don't have a say. It's a dictatorship government. Currently, right now, they don't. In the near future, they will. In fact, let me clean that up. They do have a say right now. They just don't understand that they have a say right now. Right now, the people can stop this. If the people understood what I'm saying, in 2 weeks' time, the people can do something that would send a shockwave throughout the organization to let everybody know, you know what? We got this. 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. But the people don't know. The people don't understand. The people has never, ever had to be under this type of trickery, because that's what it is. It's trickery. Even in this dictatorship, it's nothing but tricks that they have played on the members. And the members can overturn it anytime they want. They just don't know how. And this is what it is that we're doing. But thank you so much for that comment, John, because it's necessary for the people to know that this is the knowledge that the word tells us about that was lacking when he said that my people are destroyed. For a lack of knowledge, they lead them their own selves into destruction. But thank you for that. Absolutely. I'm not mad. I'm happy. When God moves him, it will be permanent. Don't get God started. We hope for many things to happen. We, don't hope for certain things. But I think what this individual is getting at is that they're putting themselves in a position where it's almost a challenge for him to move them and not the people. And that's bad. We don't want anybody to end up in that type of position because you're not going to defeat him. I'm not mad. I'm happy. Says they're all going down. No need to resign or retire. You're still going to be held accountable. Mickey needs to be disbarred. Anybody who's an officer of the court, they got a lot of explaining to do with situations like this. And I think that's the least of their worries, being disbarred. I think that's the least of their worries. I think there's so much more that they need to worry about when they've put their hands in this type of pot. Darlene says, again, if is a condition, right? Mr. Commodore talking about if I was wrong, and then Mr. Cunningham saying, if this is not your cup of tea, what they both just said is they doubt what they've been saying, what they've been given, what they're talking about. This is why Mr. Cunningham cannot talk this way with such confidence. He'll say something, but he backs off of it. That's why when I say things, I use names. I use names. I am direct. Mr. Cunningham knows, like I said before, you better not say my name. These councilmen, they know better. And anytime you have laws in place where people can directly talk to you, and all the witnesses all over the place see that they're not doing anything, then people, you have to know. You have to know. You got to know that they're doing wrong. You have to know. For him to try to tell people not to watch the videos, stay off the video while he's watching, y'all know he's watching. The councilmen are watching. The people know this. And now the people know that the councilman's hand has been in this too. All y'all pastors, when they go into these meetings, they sit there and don't say nothing. They don't say nothing. While y'all coming back and forth, just like I did, pastors offering, pastors offering, pastors are thanking and appreciating these men for taking advantage of every single one of you. Thanking and appreciating these men for lying to every single one of you. Thanking and appreciating these men for stepping on every single one of you while they scratch the backs of the chairmen and the CEO and take advantage of every single one of you. That's their line of defense. And pastors, y'all need to understand, same thing with you elders. Look at how he cares about you. You got to pay $50 when you register to get out on the sidewalk and walk around the block. All of us do that for free. But he getting you to pay double the other members as his thank you to the pastors. But when he come to your city, he wants to thank you for your love. Give him my money. You better have my money. And his thanks to you is to come and take more. The chairmans, y'all think for one instant that they're going to have to pay to register? There's people around the organization who know for a fact that the bishop will give an order on the floor in front of the people. Well, you too, I'm fining you $1,000 flat fine. And you better have it by the end of the week. Flat fine. You hear me? But that's for show. Because when it's all said and done, the court, you ain't got to pay that money. That was for the people to hear, to make it look like. Why do y'all think you never, ever, ever are given any evidence to support anything? That's what makes this whole thing illegitimate and illegal. When this is all said and done, every single dime will be accountable and transparent. Anybody who handles any position or office will be held accountable to all the rules as everybody else. The rules will not be hard or heavy. They're not hard or heavy. These are just orders coming from these bishops for the members of the organization to scratch their back while they do nothing whatsoever for you. And they made sure that they put it inside that constitution. And that's why it says that the members are not to ask these bishops for a loan, because they know that you are going to be in situations. Some of the members right now borrow money to be on Daddy's Club. You're going to go borrow money? Some of you doing some stuff, all kinds of stuff for people to donate and give you money, but you got to do stuff. So if is a condition, and Darlene, you hit the nail on the head. It is a condition. Blanche says, know the spirit by the spirit. If he is not sure of what he's holding on to, if he's not sure of what he's holding on to, members, what does that mean for y'all? Mr. Commodore has traveled all around this country behind these men, and he's not sure. He's not sure. I put all my eggs in this basket, y'all. And if he can't save me, what am I to do? Where does that leave y'all? Mr. Cunningham, if this ain't your cup of tea, y'all go find somewhere. Don't drink it, he said. Don't drink it. That's coming from the one man in the land today, the one man who stands between you and heaven and all eternity. One man telling you, you don't like it, don't drink it. That's the attitude of a savior telling you to get to stepping. Mr. Jimmy Jones, the apostle, telling you, if you're not for Cunningham, y'all see these doors with a red sign over it? Y'all too, y'all can get to stepping too. Get to stepping, Gina. Martin used to put on antics. As soon as Gina grabbed her hat and coat, oh, Gina, no, Gina, please, 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 I'm sorry. Just putting on a show. Mr. Cunningham, he's not putting on a show. You don't like this, you can go and leave. These councilmen, they're not putting on a show. They want you to leave. Why? Because you not being here, seeing through them, ups their chances of staying in their positions. The people whose eyes are wide open, those are the ones they need gone. The people who grow a backbone, those are the ones they need gone. The reason why they do what they do is because even the men, our men in here, the people, the women in here, hear me carefully. The women in here, in our organization, the women have been waiting and waiting and waiting for the men in here to stand up. The women has been waiting for the men to stand 10 toes down. They've been waiting for men to get a backbone. They've been waiting for men to stand for what's right. They've been waiting for men to do what's right. While it looks to them like the men have been waiting for the women to do their job. While women sitting back, like, what in the world? Where are you at, men? Where are you at, men? Men! We should be expecting the women to stand up to the men in all these leadership positions who are fake and false and lying. Where are the men? That's what the women are looking for. And all it takes is just walking up and talking into a microphone for 15 seconds while you put a motion on the floor, provided I get a second. Another man, I second. What you mean? You see him looking at you? I don't care about no counsel looking at me. What? Care about no counsel? So what? We are supposed to be men. We're supposed to be standing up for what's right. We're supposed to be telling these people what is right. We're not supposed to be lying to them. We're not supposed to be lying to protect a liar. We're not supposed to be lying to protect a thief. We're not supposed to be lying to protect a manipulator. We're not supposed to be lying to protect a deceiver. And even when we sit here and say nothing, we're lying by omission. To say nothing is to sign an agreement. That's what the scripture meant when it said, thou shalt not bear false witness. It means putting in your egg in a basket intentionally and knowingly lying to anybody else, which is also why another law was written, that out of the mouth of two or three, let every word be established. Many people don't understand what that means. It meant that whenever somebody's life is on the line for being falsely accused, just like when they brought the Savior in before the priests to falsely accuse him, they had two or three, because these laws work together. Two or three, out of the mouth of two or three, let every word be established. Because if you have two or three witnesses that stand up to accuse someone, now we can put the penalty on these two or three witnesses. Because as a judge, I wasn't there to see it. As a judge, I don't know who's telling the truth. You, the defendant, or you, the plaintiff. But if you get two or three witnesses and they all agree to tell the same lie, well, the judge still going to issue a penalty, but he knows that the judge don't know. And the penalty is based on the two or three witnesses. So now his judgment on these witnesses are going to be severe because they bared false witness against someone and it's costing them their life. Which is why the other law says, out of the mouth of two or three, let every word be established. Because just like you get false witnesses to lie, if two or three others come forward and they agree it did not happen, nope, that's not true. Now, out of the mouth of two or three, somebody who's being falsely accused get off the hook, and it saves a life. That's all it means. Out of the mouth of two or three, let every word in the matter of law and being judged, let every word be established. So when Mr. Commodore puts his egg in this basket, he's becoming a witness that Mr. Cunningham is nothing but the truth. And he knows that because in doing what he's doing, you got people who's watching and listening. But what if Mr. Commodore's speech turned into, I've been doing this, that, and the other. And it dawned on me, Mr. Commodore, what are you doing? You put all your eggs in this basket and he can't deliver you. He can't save you. I know he said that another bishop said, even if you in hell, I can come and get you. This man ain't going into hell to get nobody. He will not rescue anyone from there. It's just talk. But you can put all your faith, all your trust, all your belief in the word, because the word will direct us to eternal life. Just getting up and telling a bunch of stories about what this man did won't get us eternal life, but it will get us eternal death. And all your eggs been going in the basket of somebody, all you're doing is telling nothing but stories. And not only are you telling stories, but you're telling stories when you tell your stories full of lies. And that's not going to float. It would be best to start either removing your eggs or let them have those eggs and you run the other way. So absolutely, Blanche, know the Spirit. By the Spirit. If he's not sure of what he's holding on to, then I certainly wouldn't be following him or any of the others, and they're not certain. Especially to be following somebody who says that they're a God on earth, that God put here, who says that they represent the second coming, who talked about being separated from Mary's womb. People, they've said some stuff. Blanche continues to say, those councilmen have the minds of the Pharisees who have decided what they're receiving outweighs their guilt and shame. Those councilmen have the minds of the Pharisees who have decided what they're receiving outweighs their guilt and shame. Yes. Yeah, what they're receiving, what they're getting outweighs their guilt and shame. And it's unfortunate because the money that you're getting, houses that you're getting, cars that you're getting. Somebody asked a question last night. I think it was, I'm not mad, I'm happy. Said they wonder if Mr. Cunningham purchased those new Audi SUVs that Mr. Boyd and Mr. Delaney has. And it's kind of, I don't know what they look like. I don't know when they got them, but all the stuff that's going on, and all of a sudden he's now assistant pastor. Assistant pastor. Wake up, people. Thank you, Blanche. I'm not mad, I'm happy says, what difference does it make if you're a current member attending or not attending? You can still be concerned. Current members have stopped working and attending because of Cunningham's mess. Yeah. People all over the organization. And just because you're not attending does not mean you're not a member. You're simply not a practicing member for your own personal reasons. My personal reasons are I put my attendance and participation on pause until we get to the bottom of my attempt to bring accusation against all of the leaders in here for violating our laws. Now, every court in the land will understand what I just said. And not one CEO, not one lying apostle will be able to deny what I just said. So Mr. Cunningham can continue trying to get you all to believe that I'm not a member all he wants. But you notice when I challenge him to say openly that I'm not allowed on any of the premises of the organization, he never accepted that challenge. Because I think he has enough sense to not do that. With that in mind, oh, wow. A lot of comments just popped up. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not mad, I'm happy says, Whitner said he paid off his house in Myrtle Beach with the money from the thrift savings plan. Don't know if that's true or not. Yeah, I don't know either. One thing I do know is that a lot of these pastors have been pastors in the house of prayer for years. They've been traveling with the council for years. They've been on the road for years behind these bishops. They very, very rarely are home with the houses that they're pastors of. So they shouldn't even be getting pastor's offering because they're not pastoring. They're too busy on the road all the time. They rely heavily on their assistant pastors who might only get one offering the entire year while they are holding down the fort. But when they go to get checked before the council, they hold them accountable to anything and everything that goes wrong. They hold them accountable. Now, all these councilmen traveling on the council behind the bishops all year long, how are they making all these financial decisions, putting all this money in their pocket and buying properties? How is it that these councilmen buying all these houses and having all these nice cars and all these financial savings accounts and these financial instruments that are investments for them, how do they have the wherewithal to be doing all these things, but they're not teaching the members to do the same thing they're doing that allows them to buy homes and cars and to have financial instruments working for them as an investment? What they're telling the members is to give them everything while they are keeping everything. Houses, cars, bank accounts. I'm telling you, members, you have to think. You have to understand that these men who are groveling and rolling around on the floor while calling another grown man their daddy, some of these men are older than Mr. Cunningham, and calling him their daddy, while these men talk down to him and humiliate them and embarrass them in front of all these people. And they say, yes, sir, daddy. I remember Mr. Ladisall's reading scripture, and Mr. Cunningham corrected him and told him, do this, do that. Yes, sir, daddy. I'm sorry, daddy. There's such a thing called humiliation rituals as well, where you are humiliated just to see how much you're going to take in front of the eyes of the people so that I can test your loyalty. And as long as you take it, then I'll push you forward a little bit more because I know I can trust you. These are crooks trusting each other. And one thing about a crook that I know is you can't trust a crook. All they're doing is entrusting these men with each other's secrets that the members are sitting back being taken advantage of left and right. So absolutely, I don't know. I do know that he has more than one home, and I do know that several councilmen also have several homes. And if you have more than one home, where's this coming from? And why is it that you're keeping that also secret from the members? But you got senior citizens giving you their last $3 and you gladly taking it. Oh, people. I'm not mad, I'm happy, says when Cunningham goes down, he'll be seen all over the news. It will be so embarrassing and disgusting, but we will rejoice. A lot of people don't like what they're seeing. A lot of people they can't stand it. It leaves a sour taste in their mouth, especially to see a 79-year-old senior citizen being put out of a house of prayer apartment. I'm telling you all this, this is not going to bide well. And this is also why we need to get to the bottom of all these things. We need to get to the bottom of these things. You cannot allow this organization to continue to go on with all this stuff happening and the members don't have any accountability. There's no oversight. There's no transparency. We don't know nothing. Never has the bishops come forward to allow the members to know anything. And that is backwards. If anything, the CEO is the one who's not supposed to know anything. They're only supposed to know what the people let them know. Again, let us keep on. Hush money. Yes, money going to council from, again, the top. Not all the council, but some of. Blanche Eamon says the members are making donations to the rent and bus rides. Yeah. Donations, right? Why do y'all think on the epistles it's actually called donation? Why is it not called what it is? Charter fee. Because in black and white, they're not going to say the fee for riding the bus is. No, they're not going to use that language. They're going to call it a donation because legally they can't charge the members to ride the buses. Anyway, let's go ahead and get to the comments. I didn't realize almost 3 hours. Elisha, what church will let you stay free in their property? That's easy, Elisha. Elisha, I'm glad you're here. Listen to me carefully. Please, please listen to me. There are many, many, many religious institutions out here, and the apartments or condos or housing, the people living there, the tenants are not paying a dime. There's many. You know why? Because the housing is tied to their ministry. It's a part of the ministry. Therefore, it's legally acceptable for people to live in housing. Sometimes they're offering shelter as the housing provides for homeless people. So you have tenants who are not paying rent. Sometimes the tenant might be a pastor or a missionary or a trainee, a student that's working as a volunteer in training by that religious institution. And the missionary, the pastor, the trainee is not paying rent because the institution is providing shelter for them while they're in training or while they're providing some other services. This is done all the time because that facility is tied to the ministry. How many parsonages are owned by the Catholic community where all the priests are not paying a dime in rent? How many do you have where nuns are not paying a dime in rent? You have other institutions where people are not paying a dime. Why? Because they're providing a service to the institution that's providing for their shelter. They're not paying for the food. They're not paying for the rent. They're not paying for the utilities. They're not even paying for the transportation. Mormons, they're given while they're elders in training, they're given brand new cars to transport one another in. A lot of them are given the vehicles and the bicycles. It's given, paid for by the institution because the people are giving them the money while they also solicit from outside. So that's an answer to your question. It makes the house of prayer look like they're getting over left and right on the members. And I'm going to show you again, I've said, and I'm going to tell you again, I'm going to show you where this is illegal. What they're doing in here is illegal. Darlene says, who's protecting the sheep from these thieves in this organization? Nobody. The pastors, the council, and the leaders, the bishop, not the leaders. I need to break myself from that habit because these are not the leaders. The people are the leaders. And they lead from within the board of directors. They hire people who have positions that work for them. The CEO is not a leader of a company. Even though he might be a leader by figure in that position, he's not considered the leader of the company. The board of directors, they lead. Even Walt Disney World has a board of directors. All these large corporations have boards. They lead, not the CEO. The CEO works for the board. I challenge anybody to go online and find any CEO of any major corporation or even minor that will tell that corporation, I'm going to be the CEO until I die. And everybody in here, if you're going to be a part of this company, you're going to follow me. I challenge any of you to find a company that has that type of governance and show us online. See if you can find it. You won't be able to. Elisha, You're not even in the organization. Why does it matter? I keep telling people over and over and over, how are you going to tell me whether or not I'm in the organization? How can you tell me? I've done things you've never done. How can you tell in the organization? But how can you tell anybody else whether or not they're a part of an organization? This is the problem with our members. You need to listen and learn. You can't just, as a member of the House of Prayer, go around telling people anything and you think that that's going to stick. The law is going to uphold it. Ain't nothing going to happen in here. The bishop, that's serving the God, and they can do whatever they want. No, they can't. They cannot. And by the time you finish watching these videos, y'all going to learn these bishops are held strictly to the letter of the law. The problem is the members in here has not been holding them to the law. They've been doing whatever they want to do while tricking you into thinking things like this. Whatever they say is what's gold. Lewis is not a member. And then people like you are saying, Lewis not a member. Listen to Lewis. Let me tell you whether or not I'm a member. The day that you hear Mr. Cunningham openly say, Mr. Joseph Lewis is no longer a member in this organization, and I come back and show evidence that, well, yeah, I was wrong. He did it. I'm no longer a member. That's when you tell other people that. Until then, tell people Brother Lewis said he's still a member of the organization, because the law says Mr. Cunningham can't do that. And neither can you or anybody else tell me that I'm not a member. You can't tell somebody that they're not a member of the YMCA or Salvation Army or Red Cross. Nobody can tell anybody else that they're not a member of an affiliation that they're a part of, unless they do something illegal to have their membership revoked. Mr. Cunningham is the one doing all the illegal behavior along with the council. That's why they can never, ever try to say, I'm no longer a member, because I'm trying to hold them accountable to the law. You can't use the law to say I'm not a member anymore. Members, I'm telling y'all, learn the law. Alicia says, are y'all former members? No, we're not former members. We're current members right now. We're still members right now. I'm doing this as a member. I'm showing love to the organization. If I was a member, if I wanted to turn my back on this organization, I would have cleaned the organization out. I would have took as much money as I possibly can for all the things that I've endured as a member of the organization. And everybody who has gone through what I've gone through has the right, the legal right to do the same thing. Everybody has the right to take the members of the House of Prayer to court, especially the way that the members of the House of Prayer mistreat people based on what the leaders say. Y'all don't realize that y'all helping members sue the organization because of your mistreatment towards them with no reason, no evidence whatsoever. So I'm trying to help save the organization from these corrupt men who are in positions, misleading you all into doing a lot of things that you can easily cause people to sue the organization for. You should be thankful that I have not walked downtown to hold the organization accountable yet. You should be grateful. Just saying. I'm not mad, I'm happy, says, I said it will be permanent because he said we didn't hire him and we can't fire him, but God can fire him. Yeah, absolutely. He'll do anything he wants when he wants. Absolutely. Absolutely. And if Mr. Cunningham pushed him to that point, we don't wish anything. We don't want anything bad like that to happen to anyone. But he's done things like that. Thank you. Thank you. Uh, I appreciate that. Yes, I'm fine. And I thank you for reminding me. Everybody, sometimes I'm passionate about what I do. Sometimes it seems like I'm getting, a little agitated. I'm not. At least I need to allow you all to understand that when I do that, I'm not actually getting agitated. At that moment, I'm forgetting to keep my composure. So, but the person who texted me that, you know who you are. Thank you so much. Um, so, yes, I will be mindful. Um, so, thank you again. I appreciate you. Um, and absolutely, I'm not mad. I'm happy. You're right. 100%. Alicia says all the prophets have said to stay off social media and TV. Ain't nothing changed. Let me correct you on that. First of all, the men in the position as bishop of the house of prayer, they're not prophets. None of them were prophets. Not one were prophets. And this is biblical. I can back that up with scripture. But instead, let me ask you, what makes you think or allow you to be able to call them prophets? What evidence do you have to support calling them a prophet? Because people in the scripture, they had to back that up. If not, they could be killed. They could literally have their lives taken um, for even saying that about someone, and they don't have anything to support them saying that. What allows you, what makes you say or feel or believe these men to have been prophets? Also, um, all of them have said stay off social media and TV. Um, so let me correct that. Again, I'm glad you're here. I was the one that called Portal Drive and talked to Miss Dolores Madison. I think the date was November the 4th or 5th. No, December 4th or 5th. I have the timestamp. And I have the memo that came out from Portal Drive. I was the person, I've done so many things in the House of Prayer y'all don't know about. I was the person that called Portal Drive to share with Mr. Madison an incident that I found online that some of our members had put on there. And so I called Portal Drive about it to see what can be done nationally. Mr. Madison was not available, so whoever it was put Miss Dolores Madison on the phone. I talked to you on that phone that night for maybe 20, 30 minutes. You asked me to send you a copy of what I was talking about. I did that and sent to your email address. You looked at it while I was on the phone and you said, oh my. And you said, okay, I will be sure to tell Addie Madison about this. And I talked to you about something perhaps needing to be done because the picture that I had sent, pictures, actually had photographs of people inside a Portal Drive with Mr. Madison in the picture with them. But there was other pictures on their website that they were involved in things that were embarrassing and humiliating to the House of Prayer, especially to have Mr. Madison's picture also on that same page. So when he sent out the memo, and I still have it, I still have the memo. He never ever restricted people from going on to social media. No CEO from any company can ever, nor will they ever do it because it's the stupidest thing for anybody to imagine. No CEO will ever tell a congregation of people to stay off social media. Today, you need social media to do business. You can't even compete with other companies and other businesses if you're not on social media. At that time, what he did is he sent out a memo telling all the members of the House of Prayer about a social media site called MySpace. And I had contacted and talked about MySpace. And so he said, if you don't have anything positive to do on social media, then stay off. He said, if you're going to use social media, he said, don't use it for evil or wicked purposes. In fact, if you're going to have your space should be in the Madison magazine with your testimonies about the goodness of God, something to that effect. But that's what that memo is about. Not one time did he ever say, stay off or not to have it. And now Mr. Cunningham has made a law, and I'm going to show y'all where he made a law against people having social media so that fines can come in and they make money off of it. So again, there is no law against anybody not using social media. You have to have it today. And if you keep on listening to these men telling people not to use electronics, not to use technology, listen, you're going to grow to a point where you're so far behind in time, you won't be able to do anything. You won't be able to have a job. Right now, people don't even carry cash anymore because technology is advancing so rapidly. So anyway, they didn't say anything like that. And yes, things have changed. Things are constantly changing. And we need to be changing with the times because the only thing constant is change. And the reason why these men don't want change is because if they can keep everything down to pencil and paper, they can keep changing things. That's why we have more than one book, because they rig and they fix books. But electronics, it's easy to track. Why do you think they don't want people using these cash apps or Zillow, not Zillow, PayPal, other methods of sending money into the house of prayer electronically? Because they want to control how the people do it so that there's not a paper trail or an electronic signature that shows how much money is being sent to the organization. It's all about control and not keeping or not having anything transparent for the eyes to see how much money is coming in. People, it's time to wake up. Alicia says proceeds will stay in house to be used as a birthday fund. Don't worry about it. Who just texted me? Proceeds will stay in house to be used as a birthday fund. No. Again, believe in anything that these people say. No, you should know by now not to believe nothing they say, because they're not going to give you any evidence. They're not going to support anything, right? So ignore all that stuff or pay it no mind. Or if you continue to, you're just going to be let down. Like Miami is supposed to be free, but this year it was $25 to get into whatever event that was. Like everything's going to have money attached to it. Like I said about this walkathon, now they're charging for it, right? Just, you have to understand this organization is just a leech. The men are just taking from everybody. Blanche says, better have his money. Right. What does all this feel like? Deja vu? Right. Mr. Bailey and Mr. Cunningham going up on everything. It's like gas prices, right? Something happened with the oil. All of a sudden, everything going up. Pay attention, everybody. Frankie says, what charity are they walking for? No charity whatsoever. And that's a very good question, because when you have a walkathon, it's normally for something like, some type of research to help, the numbers of individuals being impacted and affected by certain issues, like the pink ribbon. But no, this is just to give them money. Registration, $50 for pastors and elders, $25 for members, and $10 for the young people. It's just more money. That's all it is. Very good question. Jamal says, if I'm not mistaken, there was a UHOP member who went to a funeral and was recording and got kicked out a few years ago trying to find that post again. That's wow. If you find it, please let me know and send it to us. Because in anybody that has run-ins like this, situations like that, please let us know, because there are legal remedies that you can take. They're not supposed to be doing nothing like that. For all of you members that went through any ordeal like this before, please let us know. Please let us know. Baby Blue, at Alicia Heath, where are the prophets now? All I did, and this one soon will be dead. Oh, all the prophets are dead, and this one soon will be dead. And if the prophets told you to stay off of social media, why are you on social media? That's a that's a very good point, Baby Blue. I didn't think about that. I wanted to just answer in general to everybody because we've heard that before, right? But a very good point. If they said to stay off social media, then right here you're on social media, right? Because even they use social media. Like I said, um, even Miss Madison, email account, right? Guess what? Email accounts are considered social media. It's a form of communication utilizing social media. There's active social media sites where people can go and engage in different things, but having an electronic mail account, and people can mail and communicate with you through that electronic route. That's an electronic social media outlet. Again, we need to learn, people. Blanche says, why does it feel like something that has been said and done before? um, yeah. It sounds like we're on repeat. Um, but this time around, more people are engaged, more people are listening, more people are learning, more people are fed up, more people are tired. So we'll see what he allows. R. Smith, stuff. I'm screaming. I can't remember what I said with stuff. Um, Remind me what. Sometimes I'm just talking, and y'all have to forgive. But remind me what I said with stuff. Um, thank you. Darlene says Cunningham is breaching his own bylaws. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's breaking his laws. He's breaking other bylaws, violations. But remember, these are not legal rules. They've been accepted as legal laws and rules only because nobody's challenged them yet. This will be the first time in the history of the House of Prayer that anybody has challenged this stuff. Oh, stuff. Yeah, stuff. Um, it's just nonsense. Woo, we've been duped. Alicia says, because it's a waste of time, name one good thing social media has done in your life. Social media has gotten people food, right? A lot of people, a lot of people ordering delivery off social media that are handicapped. A lot of people who can't get out and about like they used to are ordering groceries off of social media. Um, a lot of people get medication by putting in and ordering things through social media. Like I said, we just have to learn, people. We got to learn. We got to learn. There's so many good, positive things that social media has done. It just, again, a lot of people's job is on social media. A lot of people earning 6 and 7 figures because their job is on social media. Again, people, we just need to learn. R. Smith says, we're active tonight. Blanche, yes, he is. Alicia, yes, get to stepping. Why would he allow you to interfere with service? Well, see, right there's a problem. Mr. Cunningham does not allow me to do anything. We, the members, allow him This is why I keep saying I'm glad you're here so that you can learn tonight, so that you can learn. Alicia, this is comical. You're spending more time talking about us than serving what you think is right. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about our organization. Our organization. I keep saying, listen, let's take in what I'm saying, Alicia. 3 to 4 hours daily. Serve God. Why are you worried about Eddie Cunningham? Go do your own thing. Again, Alicia, just keep stand with us. We might reach you yet. I'm loving this. Up in here says, I walk enough in the love march with $1. I'm not paying 25. I'm not paying 25 just to go walk. Not doing it. Kudos to you up in here. Darlene says the misuse of funds, fraudulent fundraising, or breach of fiduciary duty. With all these money-making programs, the food, apartment, burials, bus rides should be free. 100%. Absolutely. Listen, if the members never got it before, what you just said is it in a nutshell. We can just package that up and send it out to everybody. That's exactly what the people should be getting. All this stuff should be free. All of it. Alicia, you said it, love march. It's not required. You gave it. Now you're upset. No. Like I said, keep paying attention, Alicia. Black diamonds. Alicia, do you hold a special position in Bishop Cunningham's staff? That's why you're opposed to this channel and what it stands for. That's a good question. Darlene, the den of thieves. Yes, it is a den of thieves. And we see that, which is why there's no transparency. That's why they're doing everything and nobody's seeing anything, right? But again, this is about to change. We're going to fix what's coming. We're going to fix what's coming. Alicia, Darlene, let me know where that's free and we will go together. Alicia, I'm trying to wake y'all up. Apparently you're not. We're trying to wake you up. Y'all know everything costs money to function. Go check the bus prices, then check the normal prices. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Mr. Lewis is still a member of the organization and he cares. Absolutely. Alicia says, I'm not a member. Okay. What if some did not believe? Shall that make the faith of God of none effect? God forbid. Listen, whenever y'all come onto the channel and you want to say things like this, believe me, it is a waste of your time. If you can't see that Mr. Cunningham and the councilman and all the stuff that y'all do is not going to get me to stop, if you can't see that yet, then you're completely wasting your time. You are wasting your time. Nothing you say negative or about anything to defend Mr. Cunningham is going to cause me to stop or to think twice. You are completely wasting your time. You might as well go to bed if you're not going to listen to what we're saying. So to come onto the channel to try to do what you're doing is a complete waste of your time. If you're not going to understand what it is that I'm saying to help save members like you, it's a waste of your time. I tell you what, though, when all of this changes and we clean the organization up, then how about you not worry about trying to get all the things that we're going to be doing for the members? How about you sit back and just say, I'll pass and don't worry about anything at all that we do for all the members of the organization? I want to see how that turns out. And anyway, he calls them Mr. Everything. That's how I know he's not a member. Alicia, if you understood and you're paying attention, you'll understand that I call them Mr. because I want to respect them, but I don't acknowledge them as a apostle. They're false apostles. I don't acknowledge him as a bishop. He's a false bishop. He doesn't do, a bishop is supposed to be blameless. So you read your Bible. If he has all these things about him and we can blame him for many, many, many things that he's doing that's not, I'm not even going to go there I don't want it to look like I'm insulting him, but there's things he does openly that has nothing to do with him. That's very unrighteous. So he has many things that we can blame him for. He's not blameless like a bishop is supposed to be, according to the scripture. But I call them Mr. because they are not the titles that the members of the House of Prayer have been calling them. So that's what that's about. Elisha, it's a lower hell and upper hell. Okay. Black Diamonds 27. Elisha, how are you waking everyone up when trying to make sure you keep money going into the pockets of people who want to control and manipulate you to give money to get into heaven? That's a very good point, Black Diamonds. Kudos. Very good point. I hope that Elisha hears you. I'm not mad, I'm happy. What difference does it make if you're a current member attending or not attending? You can still be concerned. Current members have stopped working and attending because of Mr. Cunningham's mess. Yes. A lot of members are not attending, and yet they're still not only concerned about what's going on, they're waiting for the change to happen so that they can come back and be involved. Okay. We're looking for transparency. We're looking for an organization that has accountability. We're looking for an organization being governed by a group of people and not by a shadow government. And while people working in the background that nobody knows anything about, all these things is what's coming. And if you stick around, Alicia, you might see these things very soon. Thank you. I'm not mad. I'm happy. Alicia, nobody has said paying money will get you into heaven. Okay. We know that's not true. We know that that's not true. We know that a lot of the leaders, we know that a lot of the CEOs has said exactly that. I'm trying to go up to see where the last comment was. Okay, here. Nobody has said paying money will get you into heaven. Many of them have said that. Services are packed, membership up post-COVID. That's not true at all. None of those things are true at all. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Mr. Lewis is trying to wake everyone up too. Yes. Alicia's having problems accepting the truth. Yes. And the people can see that you are Alicia. So we're not going to turn this into time being consumed by Alicia on here. So I'm gonna read your comments out of respect to you, but we're going to go right on. Membership is up. Absolutely not. Alicia from Black Diamond, what's the difference between you coming on this channel to wake up everyone when you're opposed to what's being said? Another good point, Black Diamonds. A very good point. Alicia, you're not a member. Where do you attend? The Lives of Him and Her. We see it live in color tonight. For lack of knowledge, people perish. We must stay and reclaim what's ours. Don't let this organization fall because we fail to know our rights. Wake up, members. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, The Lives of Him and Her. Thank you so much. Alicia, crazy pastors are traveling with dad. Okay. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Alicia is heavily indoctrinated. Yes. Wake up. I guess you'll have $2,000 report for Memorial Weekend too. Still feeding Cunningham's lavish lifestyle. What has he done for you? Excellent point. Alicia says, wake up. Most pastors are intelligent. They have money and businesses before they even start preaching. We're not even, we absolutely know that's not true. Alicia says they call the Pope Father. It doesn't make it right. Read again, Matthew 23:9. Call no man Father on earth. Up in here, Alicia, I'm not upset, but certain auxiliaries do require us to get in the love march. I'm a witness, and if you don't have the money, they give it to you. Yeah, they'll give you $1 to go into the love march. Alicia, you're making my point. It's not required. That's not what they're saying. So I think you're confused by everything that's being said to you. They're saying as a requirement, if you don't have it, they'll give it to you so that you can march. They're not saying that it's not a requirement. Go to eviction court. It's packed. Okay, I don't know what that means. Up in here is required on my group. Please come to our meeting and tell my president that. As if it's not required. There's a lot of auxiliaries where 100% is required to give love. There was a pastor, Mr. Bailey, poked fun at him for not getting in the love march. Mr. Bailey called a pastor out for not getting in the love march. And people griped at that. In Charlotte, all them people in Charlotte on Monday, Mr. Bailey made a point to saying he didn't get in a love march in front of all them people for $1. And the people said that he's wrong. I know that that particular person, had given hundreds of dollars to Mr. Bailey that same week that he said he did not get around the love march to give $1. But Mr. Bailey didn't tell the people that. These men know what they're doing. And people like you listen to everything these men saying. This all is getting fixed. So if the bishop makes it a point to talk about somebody who did not get in the love march, then obviously the bishops are making it a requirement for everybody to get into the love march. So let's move on. Thank you up in here. Militia, where can I go stay for free? If you can't understand that, then you're backwards. Okay. Black Diamonds, Alicia, I assume your auxiliary or group is losing trust and trying to pay to stay in the UHOP. Yeah. A lot of the groups have lost members. A lot of the groups are no longer even traveling. People have said even the choirs are shrinking, the bands are shrinking, and the audience size are shrinking. Okay. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Alicia just doesn't want to believe what's being said about Cunningham and the councilman. Unfortunately, yeah, we still have a few people that don't want to believe these things. Alicia, where are you attending service at? Where are you attending service? We don't know. I think they said North Charlotte, but I'm not sure. Up in here says it's not force, but if you have no excuse why you're not there, it's a fine. Yeah, a lot of the clubs are now fining people for not giving. Elisha says, see how he's tap dancing. Everyone knows pastors can stay for free. Name the organization where members can stay for free. There's far too many to even get into that. Google it. Google it. Some people even hand out flyers for people all the time. And I know if you're in North Carolina, you all see people at the intersections passing out flyers where homeless people and even addicts can go and stay for free all around North Carolina. Same thing in DC. Same thing. Listen, again, there's just too many things that people want to challenge, but it's just for the sake of arguing. We don't do that here. I'm not mad. I'm happy. Says Alicia wants to rock the boat, but we're going to keep moving with this endeavor, whether you believe it, whether you believe or on board or not. Right. Darlene, no church vans for the members that do not have transportation. Therefore, they would have to catch a ride to church from other members or family, but with charter buses to go to other events. Yeah, that is sad. It is sad. It's extremely sad, but that's another income stream. And the members don't think about it because whatever it is that they're being told to do by that chair, that's what they do. And that's the unfortunate thing. Alicia said the new CEO, look at every big company. The new CEO fires people all the time. They say it's my way or the highway. You just proved our point because Mr. Cunningham told everybody in this organization, including you, it's either Addie Cunningham or there's the door. He just said it's my way or the highway to a nonprofit organization where everybody in here are voluntarily here. You told a bunch of volunteers, you listen and do what I say or you can leave. Well, the members are now learning, no, we're not leaving. Y'all are the ones who's going to be gone. That's what's happening. There's a shift taking place in the organization. And that's why these men are terrified right now. And by the time next week we can get here, you'll know a whole lot more to show you why you should be saying what we're saying. So with that in mind, Darlene says, Alicia, be still, learn and listen. Right? Thank you, Darlene. I'm not mad, I'm happy, says Alicia. What is your gripe? Why are you on here? I'm not mad, I'm happy. Go ask Eddie Cunningham knows answer. Blanche says, you're doing well, even with the agitator trying to 86 this conversation this evening. Yes, again, we welcome everybody. And when people come on with these types of antics, what happens is I allow them to remain so that people can see the type of behavior that we've been accustomed to over all these years. So we're not going to come at people. We're not going to disrespect people. We're not going to get mad at people. We're not going to kick people off. The same way I open up the doors for the members all over as a pastor. If you're not being disrespectful, if you're not doing anything illegal, if you are attentive to your conduct and behavior, then no problem. You can be here as long as there's not a disruption. So for what I mean by that, for those of you who are wondering, well, wait a minute, this is disrespectful. Well, it's disrespectful if we pay attention to it because it's just writing, right? By me not reading out loud any more comments, unless it benefits our conversation, then it's not disrespectful. When the language and the conversation becomes insulting, or when there's words of attacks and that sort of thing, then we'll just eliminate it altogether. Other than that, we welcome him, her, whoever it is, and we welcome everybody, because the hope is that we reach one another by communicating our differences so that they'll see that we're doing everything that we're doing, even for them, because they don't seem to get and understand that they're being manipulated and lied to as well. So, but thank you for that comment, Blanche. Said, yes, Mr. Madison said, stay off social media. Anybody can say anything. And that's the problem with the bishops of the organization. They say a lot of things, but they don't back it up and they don't prove it. I, however, can back it up and prove it. So, Alicia, if you want, come back tomorrow night and I will prove specifically just for you as a favor, as a special favor for you, I will prove to you that Mr. Madison never said such a thing, so that you will learn to do like so many others who talk but don't have anything to support and back up and verify what they're saying. That on this channel, our aim is to confirm and verify anything that we stand on. So I'll do that on tomorrow. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Who cares about these false prophets here? Did show you, please. I will. I will do that tomorrow. B. Mebderman, baby blue, rinse, repeat, dry. um, I'm not mad, I'm happy. The devil tries to get busy, but if we rebuke, he flees. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Facts. Why are you here? Just to start confusion. We're not worried about that. Darlene, selling and charging food in the kitchen as a 501c organization. Why aren't they issuing sales receipts? That's a very good point. I never thought about that. That's a very good point. Why are they not issuing sales receipts? I never thought about that. I'm going to try to remember that. I'm not mad, I'm happy. Elisha says YouTube is considered social media. And I'm not mad, I'm happy. Says, wow, you got one right, Elisha. And you're right, it is considered social media. And that was Baby Blue's point. You're saying that they say stay off, but you're not staying off. You're here. Anyway, we're glad to serve you. So keep coming back. Black Diamond says, does this birthday fund exist in the House of Prayer? Actually, I heard about it, but like everything else, it's just another scam. Alicia says, yes, it does. Alicia says, scholarship fund as well. My nephew just got a full ride. Again, the scholarship fund is another scam. We have too many people. It's too numerous. Where some people did get more than $200. Some people got $500. Some people got $1,000. The most that I've ever heard anybody getting, and I was told the highest amount that you can get is $2,000. So if somebody says that they got a full ride from this organization paying for their complete college tuition, I would tell them, show us the paperwork, because I've never heard of that. And if that's the case, I would be surprised. And it's got to be insider dealing and personal benefit, because favoritism. There's many, many members of the House of Prayer where they only got $200 from a scholarship fund. Several got $100. Several got $500. I've never heard of anybody getting a full ride. I've never, all these years, 45 years, I've never seen that. So I would be surprised if that's true. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say it might be, because we know that there's been favoritism in the House of Prayer. So that's that. But hello, Miss Kareen, Baby Blue. Alicia, you asked a question. Is YouTube social media? Have you heard of Chat GPT, AI? I don't know where you work or what type of job you have, but social media is a way of life in this 21st century. Absolutely it is. Absolutely is. You can hardly get anything done today without social media. Black Diamonds, Alicia, where does the scholarship fund represent a birthday fund? And thank you, Baby Blue. Absolutely, this 21st century. I'm not mad, I'm happy says, wait a minute. Says Alicia's broken person, and broken people like to start confusion to make themselves feel better. I think Alicia's just trying to defend Mr. Cunningham. And I think, a lot of us would have done that. Two, it's unfortunate that after all this evidence, that we have individuals that still ignore the evidence to still try to support and defend. But again, none of that matters. Apparently, there's still a handful of people who has to be shown. So that will happen with the remainder of those who are still supporting. When the things take place, then it'll be over. Right? There'll be nobody else for them to defend. There'll be nobody else for them to support, and they will see when all of these things happen and take place. So, for some people, unfortunately, you just can't help everybody. And even the scripture tells us that there's some people who would rather believe a lie than to hear the truth. So, anyway, we hope that Alicia and individuals like them come to a place where they will accept, no matter how much it hurts today, that these people have been lying to all of us in here. So even if they don't get it sooner, they'll understand later when all these things have come into fruition. Darlene, his bylaws haven't been adopted by the board of directors. Therefore, it's illegally binding. Correct. The General Assembly did not, it's called procedurally accurate. They did not give due diligence. They did not go through due process. These amendments did not go through due process. So when these things come forward, it will be easily dismissed, which is why they tried to put that last thing in here with an automatic clause. What's that clause called? An automatic modification clause, right? So that the law automatically modifies itself. Now, it's going to be such an easy fix. This is so easy to fix. I've told some of you about my background. Listen, y'all, everyone's going to see, including Alicia, that this stuff is over already. I said when I started doing this, I won my case in here that I haven't fought yet. I won this case, and I've been telling people 5 years ago, I've won. My case has been won 5 years ago. I'm just waiting for the people in the organization to come up, to catch up. But this case has been won 5 years ago. If I went inside the courtroom downtown, but I'm trying to save the organization. I'm not trying to come at the organization. The organization is what Mr. Cunningham wants to enter into this bout. I'm not coming at the organization. I'm coming at him and his staff and these councilmen and these pastors and chairmen and the General Assembly secretary and their staff. I'm coming after them. We're trying to save the organization. So the sooner all of you understand that, the easier this whole thing will be. And you'll understand the legal side as well. Stop entertaining the devil. Frankie says she just mad. I was wondering whether this was a female or a male. I wasn't sure about the name, Alicia. I was just wondering. Somebody did say that this was a female, and I wasn't sure because, of course, the name biblically is a male. But I was told that some females have this name. It's new to me. I wasn't sure. So you're saying she. What bylaws are broken and the proof? We've already covered that in so many videos. I'm not going to do that tonight. Baby Blue, I'm not mad, I'm happy. Misery loves company, and Alicia isn't a very miserable. Alicia is a very miserable and unhappy person. She does not have Christ in her life. That's not the Holy Spirit that's lurking within her. Yeah, it's definitely, it's showing something else, something other than what the scripture says. And again, this is why we do this, so that we can allow for the members to see this type of behavior is not representative of what the scripture tells us, what his word tells us. It's just not. But we're not going to engage that. We're not going to do that. So, anyway, yeah. Okay. John Sales says, how's 1,000% up? How? LOL. Anyway, and that pastor, John, is comical. Listen, we already know better. Corrine and that pastor had just given him $100 the night before. Right. When Mr. Bailey talked about a pastor who had not marched in the Love March, it wasn't because they didn't want to. They really, really, really wanted to. They just didn't have the money. In fact, they had given, if I'm not mistaken, either $200 or $300 to him that week, and $100 was the night before. So, but another time, I think it was Virginia, when comments were made. Anyway, it bothered me to see that and comments like that being made from the bishop, making a point of drawing attention to someone who didn't march around to give him $1. Anyway, but thank you, Ms. Kareen. I appreciate that. You just reminded me. B. Mevdeman, Satan, we're going to tear your kingdom down. Let the truth ring free, Pastor. Absolutely. And yeah, the wicked one is mad, but so be it. It's not going to stop anything that we're doing. Kareen, yes, the Love March is where he gave that $100. Yes. Larita says some people rather believe a lie. Yes. And unfortunately, we're seeing it. Alicia, just tell me the organization. John says called trolling. Yeah. Google's free. Yeah, we know how to deal with that. Sometimes I'm so used to just reading. But anyway, absolutely, John. Absolutely. Jess Landis, Mr. Lewis, when this investigation has been completed, will the United House of Prayer still function under a new bishop? Are there any current pastors or elders that could be appointed? If so, no. There has to be right now, under this Constitution, until the Constitution gets fixed, at the removal of one CEO, the Constitution calls for a replacement. So a replacement would have to be done. After that replacement, other things can now be done to begin to fix everything else. If the new CEO wants to go whichever direction, they can. So depending on who is put there, your question is, are there any current pastors and elders that could be appointed? If so, let me answer that correctly, truthfully, and honestly. Are there any current pastors, elders that could be appointed? If so, we don't appoint, we elect, right? And I know that's what you meant, but I want to make sure everybody understands. Are there any current pastors that could be elected? Absolutely. Any pastor can be elected. Anyone. Are there any elders that could be elected? Absolutely. There's several elders that are ministers or former ministers that could be elected. Absolutely. I think the heart of your question, though, is, are there any that's qualified? And my answer to that question is no, not at all, because the ones that are there have not stood up to serve the people or the organization. The current pastors and ministers and elders are under the impression that the bishop is the organization. So they've been doing things to support the bishop, while none of the pastors and elders have stood up to represent the members. They've stood up to represent the bishop when they're supposed to be representing the organization, which are the members. The General Assembly is the organization. The General Assembly has the members from the organization that's there to benefit making decisions and choices for the organization and not for one person. So with that in mind, the mentality of the pastors that are there for 3 years, they've known meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting that we've been trying to hold the bishops accountable and the General Assembly secretaries accountable for the manipulation of laws. Since that time, the General Counsel has become guilty of violating laws by ignoring what we're trying to do. The General Assembly secretaries are even more guilty by ignoring what we've been trying to do. You have a role to play, but you're not doing it. Every pastor of the organization has a role to play. They're not doing it. And when it comes to the elders, how many elders have you seen stand up in front of the people to speak out against all this wrongdoing within the organization? So when can the people look up at the front and see with their eyes and testify to the fact that there's men standing up in positions that are supposed to be leadership in defense of the laws, of the people, and of the organization? Nobody. When they go to the General Assembly, they don't stand up. None of them. And unfortunately, this is where the people are. So that's a very good question. I know there's many that want to. I know there's many who tell themselves they're going to, but it's not easy. I'm a realist. And for all these individuals saying, well, I don't think, Brother Lewis, that we have the people who's going to go and who's going to do this, that, and the other. What I say is, well, if it were you, what would you do? Would you, in that setting around all these people, would you honestly have what it takes to stand up and speak out? And it is real. The intimidation factor is real. The fear is real. Mr. Cunningham knows what he's doing to put all these men around them, to put all these security around them, uniforms all over the place, to take people's phones and eyeglasses and watches, all that. It's done intentionally to intimidate people. You have to go there with a mindset. I don't care who is in here. I don't care what people think. I don't care what people say. I'm going to go in here and stand up for what's right. And I'm going to stand up for the laws. And I'm going to do what that scripture tells me. And if you don't do that, not only will nothing get done, but you run the risk of the weight falling on you, because people outside are hoping for those inside to stand up. You got the entire organization on your shoulders to go inside there and stand up. And every time, not one person stands up, now the entire organization has to wait again for a year. But now we're at that point to where the people okay. All right. At this point, the entire organization is waiting on the people to go in there and do what's necessary. But again, this is why the pastors and the chairmen have put so much attention on the delegates, because they know that they need them to be afraid. They know that the organization is relying on them. So they put a lot of pressure and a lot of pressure and a lot of pressure. So the question is for anybody else, would you go in and stand up? Why do you think he's keeping me out? Do y'all have any doubt whatsoever that if I was inside the General Assembly, I would be too afraid to speak up? Do y'all think that I would be too scared to speak up. Do y'all think I would be quiet and not speak up? That's the attitude that everybody needs to have, to not care. Please. This is why Mr. Cunningham keeping me out. So, but we have some things that we're working on that I can't say, but we'll see how it turns out. Okay, we're coming to the end of this, but apparently y'all been typing up some stuff. Okay. Going back, Mr. Just Landis. Will the House of Prayer still function under? Yes. So what I was saying was, since the Constitution is what it is, we have to use the current Constitution. There has to be a replacement, but depending on who you put there, everything in this book can be either used for good or it can be used for bad. Depending on who's put there, they can take this book and run with it. And everything starts all over again. And then we got to come after them. Or if they want to fix it, if they want to fix the Constitution, then they can run that way. And everything will be done. Because that seat has the authority, according to this Constitution, to do anything and everything they feel like doing. Period and point blank. They can do anything they want. Anything they want. And there's nothing currently that the members of the organization can do about anything they want unless that person knows what I know. I'm not the only one who know it. There's a bunch of people who know what I know outside the House of Prayer, and there might be some people who know what I know inside the House of Prayer. I just can't say that because I haven't seen them actually use that information. So there's things that I can do, but I need the people behind me to make it work. So again, depending on who, then the organization can 100% function under a new bishop. And that new bishop can keep things as they are, or they can make changes. Changes can literally be made the very next day or the next week or the next month or whatever. What I said last night was, if we get what we're looking for and the people go into the General Assembly and do what's necessary, the organization will be so shocked and surprised to see what can happen in 2 months' time. 2 months. But we have to wait to see what he allows. So depending on, what happens, we'll see. And that's on the people's shoulders. Alicia says, you're looking for the proof. Okay, Alicia, I'll give you the proof tomorrow. Lady Tiffany, I remember Bishop Madison saying that at 6th Street, but so many pastors and members are on it selling tickets, etc. He may have said it. I don't remember him saying stay off of it. Which is why in court, here's the thing. In court, you can't use hearsay. Not one witness can get up on a witness stand in court and say, I heard such and such say this, that, and the other. They will strike that testimony off the record. It is not admissible in court. It's considered hearsay. So I'm going to show you in black and white. I'm going to show you where he read it. He wrote it. So again, to put all this to bed, I'm going to show you tomorrow. But thank you, Lady Tiffany. I appreciate your sharing that with us because I didn't hear that. So I appreciate that. But John says YouTube is a premier video sharing and social media platform, often called a media sharing network, where users create, share, and consume content, fostering community posts. Google it, please. And yes, John, we're at an information age where information is at your fingertips and you can get it in a few seconds time. So instead of keep saying that, I just keep saying, okay, it's right there in front of you. So thank you, John. I appreciate it. Again, Lady Tiffany, I appreciate you sharing that with us. As Corrine says, Alicia, I know you very well, and I know how dedicated you are to the house of prayer. Oh, this is that, Heath? Wow. Oh, my goodness. That surprised me. If this is the Saint Heath, what I refer to as Saint from Charlotte, North Charlotte, if this is her, then wow. We used to come, me and my wife used to come over there sometimes for a noonday service. You would do secretary work sometimes, the book work. If this her, well, I'm completely surprised. If this is her, I'm completely surprised. I did not know that this was your name, your first name. It might be a user handle, but wow, I didn't know. Now I understand. I get it because you are completely devoted, loyal, and dedicated to House of Prayer and the leaders. I understand wholeheartedly. So if this is you, I will say, like Miss Corrine, please just listen. It's apparent to me, if this is you, that you really, really want us to open our eyes and be saved. But other people want you to open your eyes and be saved from manipulation, from lies, and deception. If you give the information on this channel a chance, I can personally guarantee you that you will come to the conclusion that the information that I'm putting out is true, and that the information coming from within the organization's men at the top, that they are lying to everybody left and right. Everybody. You know me and my wife. If this is who I think it is, and you know how sincere we did everything that we did in there. And for us to be doing what we're doing, that in itself should say a lot to you. You should at least let me hear what they have to say, because I know them. I know them. Let me see what it is that they're really saying and why they're saying it. That's what Ms. Corrine is trying to get you to understand. Ms. Corrine says she probably have not been on here long enough to hear anything or to witness any of the evidence. And I really believe that. And I'm thinking that as well, because if this is who I think it is, Alicia, I haven't seen any evidence. Well, then that explains it. That explains it. Let me let you read one thing. I showed this last night. and I will allow you to see it tonight. Look at the top line. This is for you, Alicia. Let me dim this. Miss Heath. Let me dim this so that you can see it. This is specifically for you. Okay. Look at the top line. It says Nathaniel Cloud and Curtis Cody, trustees for the House of Prayer for All People. Bishop W. McCullough, founder. Now, why do you think that there's documentation filed with the government records that Mr. McCullough had trustees that the organization didn't know nothing about signing paperwork on behalf of the organization, of which was named in government documents the House of Prayer for All People, that Mr. McCullough was the founder of? This is factual. There's documents that we've uncovered showing all kinds of things. I can show you paperwork where he signed that he's the president of a board of directors, and where Miss Dolores Madison signed as the vice president, and he signed as the treasurer of the board of directors, and she signed as the secretary. I can show you things. That's just one document, but we'll get ready to close out. My point is that I can back up and support the things that I'm saying. And you just saw one piece of evidence that now you can't get off to here tonight and say that you didn't see anything for yourself. You saw one piece of evidence that now you have to question yourself. Wait a minute, what did I see? We know that Mr. McCullough is not the founder. Yeah, we do. He's not the founder of the United House of Prayer. But paperwork says he's the founder of the House of Prayer for All People, of which we saw people named as trustees that the organization don't know nothing about. So what I'm telling you is there's some stuff that these people need to be answering questions. And that should be enough reason for everybody in here to want them to come to the General Assembly and clean house. Because that type of stuff has been going on for over 80 years. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Because we found out, we have proof, we got records, we got documents, we have all kinds of signatures, and that's why we're here. So let's go ahead and close out. What time tomorrow will I present the evidence? Tomorrow's Friday. I can be on. I will try to be on. You let me know if you can be on by 5 o'clock. By 5 o'clock. I'll try. The first thing I do is I have that paperwork by 5 o'clock when I come on. Let me know before we sign out tonight if you can be here by 5 o'clock. And yes, we are members. John says, go into the archives of this channel to see the proof. There are hundreds of videos ready for you to view. Thanks, John. I appreciate it. Pastors led by that. 2 hours later, still no proof. Anyone, please post. Gaines says, why is this even so difficult and annoying just to serve God? Geesh, all corruption in politics. Yes, exactly, Gaines. It's been going on for over 100 years. We just didn't know. And we've been doing this now for making videos over a year, almost a year and a half. And we just reached the outside regulating agencies, and they're at the point where Mr. Cunningham's time is up or almost up for them to decide whether or not they're going to come in. So we'll see over the next few days or next few weeks. Until then, we're just preparing the people for a General Assembly that's coming up for the people to fix it. before they decide to come in, if they wait a little bit longer. So we'll see how it turns out. But thank you, Gaines, for your comment. Lance says, yay. Okay, 1 second. Okay, archives. So hours, Larita. Yes, good idea. Go to bed. I'm sorry. Darlene Griffin, spiritual abuse to maintain control over followers. Occult right. Great before all. Laughing at Larita. I'm sorry. Gaines, I'm sorry you had a negative experience. Alicia says, I haven't ran into your situation in 50 years. Where do you attend? Jay Banga, I see the viewer count is up on the live stream. I think more people are becoming curious about what goes on behind the curtain. Absolutely, Jay Banga. People have been coming out in droves and they're seeing this evidence and they're not believing it. With Mr. Murray being a beneficial owner, shared by Mr. Cunningham, people on these board of directors, nobody know anything about. And yet Mr. Cunningham not saying nothing about it. It's way too much for people to not want to know. Mr. Lewis, what house do you attend or a member? I'm a member of the United House of Prayer for All People. Every one of the houses is I'm a part of. My last place of regular attendance was Mooresville. Lady Tiffany, we want to thank you for educating us. Absolutely. Blanche, oh, I was about to say goodnight, Alicia, but you're still here, so I'll wait. I'm sorry. Alicia, lady, are you in Charlotte? What house do you attend? Blanche, you got the lady part right, and that's all I'm going to say because I'm a lady. I have video where he said it. I was talking about Lady Cool. You commented after I did. It's not her. General Secretary in North Charlotte. Oh, okay. Right. So the General Secretary of North Charlotte, that's who I thought it was. And they're saying that it's not her. So if it is you and you're denying being you, then you just lied. And I'm surprised that that would be your behavior if it really is you. Somebody could be using your username. Somebody could be using your name. I don't know. But I thought it was exactly what Miss Corrine just said. Black Diamond says, eye for an eye. We all have to see the truth somehow. Yes, and it's coming out whether we like it or not. A good point, Black Diamonds. Miss Corrine says, Miss Heath needs a one-on-one with you. She's a very bright lady. I know she would come to the right conclusion. Yes, if this is you, Miss Heath, you have our number. Call us. I don't mind giving you all the time. I'll explain everything. I'll give you any evidence that you need. Just give us a call. And I'll still prepare to show you that form. If you don't call, then tomorrow. Blanche says, oh, contrary. If you're still supporting what is going on in the House of Prayer, then you've seen the evidence and you can't believe what you've seen. Wake up. Okay, so 5 o'clock works. I'll plan to be on 5 o'clock tomorrow, and I will show you the memo that was sent out by Mr. Madison back then. Okay. Unknown Nort had a comment. But anyway, with all that said, I want to thank each and every one of you for giving us your time tonight. My intent was to come on, go through what I wanted to go through, and just ask you to consider whether or not you're going to be like these singers, these musicians, and TV actors and actresses, to learn the hard way whether or not you should entrust people with everything you own to do anything with it that they want. So obviously, no is the answer. And This is all the more reason why we need to be waking up, because we've given people authority to do whatever, and we should not be in a position where they can run around circles and have no accountability when we're supposed to be the ones giving them instructions in the first place. So once again, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here with us tonight. And thank you for um, joining in. We hope to see you on tomorrow. We hope to, one second, we hope to see you on tomorrow. And we hope that you enjoy your night. We hope you have a wonderful night, and hope that all of you are blessed to wake up tomorrow and have a beautiful day. And we'll see you back in the next video. Thank you, everybody. And again, have a wonderful night. Take care.